All right, guys, welcome back to another session. Last we had Chung Po surviving the chapter end of his book.
He did it, folks.
He did it.
Still alive.
And did you choose your keystone?
If it's what I think it is, let's see. That is the choosing of my personal poison, or
Mhm.
choosing. Yeah. Still kind of picking on that one. But
You got the moon poison.
I have the moon poison. I have the poison I just went through, or I have the 1,000 poisons that are a part of me. And I'm not entirely sure which one I want to just have affect everything I touch. Yeah. Because all those are pretty strong. But
But you could train up further to make it so you can choose to make it happen, as opposed to everything.
I believe I have like the ability to just repress it, but that also costs me things. So it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that I want to go ahead and use my personal poison as my keystone, and hopefully I will be able to do some things to make it that even more interesting later on down the road. But for now, that is what I have. And I can cultivate now.
Yes, you can. All right. Well, you think on that. I'm gonna go do terrible things to the other players. Whoa. So I guess I got kidnapped, right? What does the holding place look like that I'm in if they're waiting until other people arrive before interacting with me? Are they waiting to interact with me? That's a better question. Well, let's take you to the content. The content. Yes. Gonna have to stop my Stone Rebel music and find the spooky music. Not playing. Nothing. The spookiest of all. I could. The most metal music. Actually, let's preview that before I show it to you. Yep, that's not correct. I knew it. It was all John's fault from the beginning.
Which John?
Definitely John.
Okay.
You know, that'll work. That's pretty spooky. Yes. Bloop. Some Metroid. Oh yeah. You wake up in this place. Oh. My master's not here. Am I alone? It seems like it. Okay. Was able to communicate them with like sound intent beforehand. I will attempt to do that with my master, even though I don't really know where they are. Can I use
Radio
a
silent.
radio silence? Okay. Well, if there's nobody here, pretty empty space. Can I see what's down in these pits?
It's the wall.
Oh, that's a wall there. Okay, okay. So I'm just in a box.
Yep, in a stone box.
Have they taken all my stuff or just the sword? Which I guess wasn't even on me.
Yeah, just a sword.
I'm guessing I cannot go to the orrery. That would presumably be blocked here. I guess I'll continue training the near zero loss efficiency research. If I don't have somebody here to train me more, we'll finish that up, perhaps.
Well, first off, we need to get your first weekend. So decide what that is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'll be doing the...
Do it.
So we're currently here. That's what I'm doing. And then I guess a week with one rest in the middle of it. And then one rest at the end. So minus 2 DTA, or DTS.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's 100s.
Oh my god, that's a lot
Two
of 100s.
ones, three
That is
ones,
so many 100s.
3 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 100s. Huh. 3 ones, right?
That's what I saw.
Yeah, that's what I see. Okay. Cool. Well, there's my week. Catch up real fast, if nothing else is happening here. I'm assuming that I'm just in this box the whole time and nothing else is happening. Do they bring food or anything? Not that I can do squats or something to get my energy back up.
So you've completed the catch up?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So
Do they bring food or anything during this week?
well, before we do anything on that, everyone is now caught up, except for Poe, who's a little bit ahead, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, 5 days.
The Lord Carnival.
Splat.
All right. They toss in a bowl of something every day.
Okay.
Favorite part is there's no like latch or little porthole that they throw it in through. It just clatters on the floor. And you're like, that's weird.
Huh. Well, I'll have some of that, whatever this is, during this time. Does it taste like anything?
Hoenkyoma would like it.
I don't like it. You'd find it great.
So it's rather vile. But next to it, there are a couple kind of like rolled up pills.
Nice.
Okay. Do I have, if I take those, is that like a DTA or a DTS to consume, or are they just pills they want me to take?
You have no idea.
I'll take them.
Okay.
Just like throw them on your body.
They're gross. Oh god, they're gross. But you don't feel hungry after a while.
Oh, good. Cool. So that's my week. We're caught up.
Yep. While you're here. Yeah, they send you all sorts of
Horrible, horrible things.
yeah, it's terrible. Laura, you've arrived.
I've arrived. I'm in a
You're in a
smaller
box.
square.
Well, you can wander around.
Oh, can I? Oh. Into the darkness?
Yeah.
It's the fun box. It is small and square and dark. I can see Lar. I don't think I can actually see
dynamic
Lar.
lighting. I was gonna do something like this.
Sure.
Just tapping on the walls with Morse code.
Seems kind of far away for that.
Yeah.
These seem like thick walls.
They seem pretty thick. Yeah.
So
I mean,
I walk around. Can I go forward now, or is it blocked off? It kind of looks like it's blocked off.
The wall is very blocked off.
Yeah.
There's no door.
Okay.
I guess I'll examine the walls as well. Now that the atmosphere has suddenly changed in an indiscernible way. And we're caught up.
You guys get a meal once a day. You can either choose to eat the pills that they give you, or you can eat the slop in the bowl.
I guess I'm eating the pills. The slop
Yep.
is worse.
Yep, slop is very worse.
Awareness check on the walls. See if there's any noticeable defects or anything.
Alright, God. Well, it's still inopportune. The walls have all sorts of scratches, scars, lacerations, dents.
It's like people panicked in these cells before. I'm probably
Panicked?
unusual.
Yes, but also they didn't take all of your stuff. They only took that sort. So if you have a spare,
I do. I've got
there's
my
marks of people practicing. There are marks of people going mad. There are just a lot of stories, incomplete and separate, in this box.
Hmm.
I'm gonna look around with my eyeballs.
It's pitch black. Can you see in pitch black without any source of light whatsoever?
I create a flight with my flame. bonus action, make a flame.
Yeah. The light does not travel as far as you'd like.
Okay. What can I use my daredevil sense? Does that work? Or is that blocked off too?
No, your house sense works perfectly fine.
Okay.
Also, you don't need a light because you don't see normally, anyways.
Yeah.
You see the polygons.
And the truth. I'm just wondering what the wall looks like.
It is a very, very dense array of polygons.
Okay. Are there any parts of the polygons that I could kind of assess to see the difference between?
There's always an opportunity to do so.
Yeah. So I will look for the I could say the keyholes in a sense, or the changes of the polygons to see like what I'm looking at. I get the sense from my auditory senses that this is a blocked off space. And I know that this is, if it's the more dense it is, the more true it is in a sense, on what its concept is. But I imagine there's some way of interaction, especially if we're getting bowls from the outside.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to be looking for those keyholes in the prisms.
Okay. Gonna have you roll awareness if you can.
Sure. And agrees. 76.
Yeah. 76. Oh, you mean the roll? I was like 76 degrees. Holy shit.
Nah, I can't go that high.
Yet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you do see a hand in the shape of a bunch of very loose polygons, kind of almost like a Picasso, but a very
Okay.
like stretched variant. And they reach out, and from a spatial ring, tink tink, bowl slop, little piece of paper, and a couple pills on it. And then the hand recedes.
Can I like try and shake the hand as it goes away? Introduce myself.
As you go to, your hands pass through
Okay.
the open spaces, because remember, it's this kind of loosely held together. And instead of actually coming in contact with something solid, if you've ever seen a scene where the glass explodes in a movie, but is then suspended, almost as trapped in time, and then somebody walks through it, and then they bump against the glass and they start spinning. As you move your hand through it, they come in contact with these polygons, but then the polygons are like, wee.
Okay.
You start spinning in place.
Cool.
There's no substance.
Alrighty. Well, as that interaction failed, I will look at the piece of paper that says "come."
It's basically a little piece of wax paper to put the pills on so they don't get wet from the floor immediately, if there is
Okay.
moisture.
And then I look at the slop that's also there.
Yup. It's not great.
What does my polygon see? Looking at the slop, is there anything interesting as I do an assess on it?
No.
Okay.
It's a almost a gelatin slash oatmeal.
Okay.
It's like almost like a slime in texture.
Okay. Do I have my my recreation card on me?
You do.
I'm just gonna grab
There's a
some.
little red string around it.
Oh, I see. Does that mean I can't access it?
As long as the red string is there, no.
Okay.
You have a feeling if they're not in peril, the
Mhm.
red string is a suggestion. You can easily undo the little bow tie they did around the red string.
But they wouldn't have done it
Around the
otherwise.
card.
Yeah, they did it for a reason, I'm sure. I always have the freedom of choice to undo it, but I deal with the consequences after. At least that's what I'm getting from that.
Yeah, but you
okay.
do feel that with the red string in there, all it does is connect you or disconnect your ability to access it. It doesn't do anything about ownership. It doesn't like suppress the people inside.
Mhm. Okay. If that's the case, I will just eat the slop and the pill because I am starving. Hungry man. Hungry Saba.
You did just have a fight.
Yep. So I'll eat that up. Nom nom nom. And then I'm like, man, I wish I could have more from my world. All right. I'll get there though. What about my spatial ring? My supreme grade spatial ring. How's that looking? Is that also tied up or no?
Which one?
My supreme grade spatial ring. Is that tied?
No.
Okay. I didn't think it would. I just wanted to check.
You've got so many MREs in there.
I do. So I'll just continue eating things until I'm full. And then after this point,
Hmm.
I think I'll try and. There's two options I have. I either practice my sword and break out of here, emphasizing break, or I take my key cultivation pills. Just like spend time doing that. I guess you're Luna. Just barking up a storm. Someone's here.
Borf, borf, borf.
Anyway, so I don't know yet. I'll go back to Casey. Casey,
All right,
you do something.
Casey, you're in your box.
I'm in my box. I would like to try to penetrate the wall by condensing the sound into like small points, like I learned to do with the moon cutting, to see if I can get into the wall at all.
Yeah, you can go into the wall. It's a very sturdy rock. Has very little ways of being porous. It's a very dense, but I mean, it's not like pushing through the moon. It
That's
takes
good.
a while of concentration, probably about an hour to really spread the energy channels through it. The rock wall is about 24 inches thick, but then there's an open space on the other side, like a full foot of solid granite.
I guess I could try to shatter it, but I don't really want to get attacked. Might also be what they want.
No, there's no indication that any of the damage in the room exceeds like an inch.
Okay. And people are presumably trying to get out at some point, though this could just be a cell where people have failed to get out.
No, these look very used. Like dozens of people have gone through these rooms, not just in panic or in boredom or the obsession and need to train, but success or not, you're not sure. But people have come and gone from this room quite often.
Okay.
So,
Well, I don't want to destroy their property. We wanted to get kidnapped. If you're, are you taking your pills, Lar?
Yeah, I'm taking my pills.
Waiting. Okay, so he's taking a pill. The pills and waiting. Is that like a whole week for the full set?
Oh, sorry. I'm not taking the key pills yet. I haven't decided on that. I thought you
Oh,
meant
got
the
it, got it.
eating pills, the ones.
Oh, no,
those-
no, no.
Good pills, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm eating those. That's what I was going for.
I guess Poe is ahead still by a few days. A week? Could do another week of the research that I'm doing. Just continue that. No change. I'd figure if there was actually something. Yeah, I'll spend another week to get in line with Poe and continue the training of my. Let's actually make it less than 100 as well. So it actually tells me. Oh,
Yeah.
0 100s this time. No, 1 100. Wait.
So what I would have done
Oh,
is
I
I would
see.
have
Less than
done
99.
less than 1 is what I would have done.
Yeah, but 100s are also relevant because that means I'm not getting progress.
Don't you take the advantage anyway?
No, not for research.
Oh, not for research. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Did I only get 1 1 and 3 100s?
It's just how the rest session's going to be today, I guess.
Okay.
It's like a total of 10 100s and total of 4 1s for you. Just gotta wait for the scales to flip. Yeah, we need to just wait. Should be fine.
I guess.
I'm gonna see if I can break out of my prison. I'm just going to continually hit the wall and using the ruinous quality of my swings to break open my prison. Gonna hit it 100 times.
Wait, you're gonna hit the wall?
Yeah, with my wooden sword.
Well, it leaves furrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a penultimate grade stick versus a mundane rock wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Good.
You leave a. It is very dense though, so each strike is a centimeter gouge, deep,
So
and 2 centimeters wide.
I apply ruinous quality to the my swings too. So I imagine I'm
Yeah,
doing
it's
durability
starting to
damage.
completely come apart with that sword.
Okay.
And eventually, you're like, yeah, I'm just going through the wall, and something comes over and snatches the sword out of your hand, and you're like, ah, oh. And you see your sword get pulled through the wall. And then something karate chops you on top of the head, like.
Oh. Okay. My sword!
As you've couched a huge chunk out of this wall as it's coming down. But now, the underlying rock that has survived, that has not come in contact with the ruinous yet, is still there.
Okay. Shit. All right. Well, Savalair's not going to give up on breaking out of this prison, but I will instead go at a different approach. Savalair is going to sit down and visualize. Yes.
Oh. We're unaware that each other is here, right?
I think so. The uniforms aren't on us still, right? Is the orrery conflux disabled?
The Ori, you can feel it distant, but
Okay.
it's not immediately accessible.
Okay, so our uniforms aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I can't use our communication devices to talk in this case.
So how long are you going to meditate?
Just deciding on how I want to go about this. I think the idea here is to extend my senses in a way. Or maybe it's for me to improve my sword energy. I have a week. Takes a week of concentration to fold. So that's what I'll do for the week. I will sit down, meditate, doing my breathing technique of 3 seconds, in which I move my sword energy through my body to fold it. So a week is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. So 3 is 6. It's not sure. 3.
378
Is that for a week of?
DTAs.
I'm counting fatigue.
Oh, right.
1, 2,
I
3.
rested twice. But I also have way more fatigue than you, I think.
Yeah, I have like 63.
We're also not spending the 3 each time, unless this is considered training, in which case you can spend the 3 to get an extra one each time.
You're not sure yet. If you had a mentality that turned a bleak situation into training, maybe. But that would be kind of a Tao that you would practice.
Well, I mean, the folding of the sword energy, is that training?
He is not receiving instruction on how to do it. He is doing it himself. That's research.
Okay. So
I've
both,
already
both of what we're doing is research.
we already figured out the research part though. At least I did when we talked about it last. Now it was just doing it. It took a week to do.
Yep. It is still implementing something you are not being directly instructed on.
Oh sure.
So,
Yeah, if you want to I just that's I just want to make that clarification.
technically
one-
that would be a craft.
Crafting in your own body, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Because research is coming up with the methodology. Technically, the research sub-branch experiment or prototyping would be the implementation of the research, but we can also do craft in certain cases. So you
Yeah, I
can
think
either
that's
choose craft
too
or
much.
research for doing the process.
I'm almost done with my energy loss research. I might just keep doing that unless something happens when Poe shows up.
So, still too much. So we'll do 3 days, 3 days, 2 days. I think we'll, or actually just 3 days, and then is that, and then again. Yeah, it's just 45, and then 1 rest. So yeah, I need to rest once in between, but I'll be able to do it with me about to finish on the last day of the week.
Mm. When you successfully folded it?
Yes.
Okay. It feels weird.
Mm-hmm.
But it does settle in nicely because you use the long-term methodology to make sure that the layers don't build up.
Okie dokie.
Get yourself the first fold. So basically a tier 1 fold
Mhm.
of your energy.
So I have 2 sword energy now?
So your sword energy tier determines your output ratio per energy spent.
So it's now 1 to 2 instead of 1 to 1.
Yep. So you get 2 output per 1. You can also choose to throttle it to a previously unlocked ratio at any time.
Okay.
So if you want to go back to a 1 to 1 so that you don't obliterate somebody, you can. But you have a 2 to 1 or 1 to 2. And you can kind of start seeing why this is so important, because the output ratio is really high once you get it up there. Because eventually, if you have this folded 10 times, it's an output of 1 to 10. You also notice that it's not the same as if you had an output of like 1 to 3. The output of 1 energy spent for the 3 you get out is fundamentally different than if you had spent 3 1-to-1s. So even if somebody spends 1 point and outputs 3, and somebody's like, well, I can spend 3 and make up for that energy difference, it's still insufficient. Because those are 3 separate energies.
Right.
Versus 1 large one. One energy worth 3 weight. In fact, you would have to spend over the amount to, or even double almost, to fight off something like that.
Okay. Well, I think we're caught up again. Nothing's changed after that point.
Poe's here now.
Yeah. We'll see.
Oh. There's a week.
Because he's in a liminal state right now. He still hasn't chosen his personal poison, his keystone.
I think
So
he
who
did.
knows?
I believe that I'm going with my personal poison as my keystone.
The 1,000 deadly mundane poisons.
Yes.
All right, cool. I'm gonna have you confirm that thrice for me, cause no take backsies.
Yeah, it's
Understood.
pretty important. Keystones are your bread and butter.
It may seem like you have a lot of them, but they go very quickly, especially if you learn something big. Because your poison lust also is a keystone. It's a sufficiently powerful technique that costs you a keystone slot. In this game, you only have 10 until you can find a methodology that gives you more. Because we're not following the normal influence rule system where you get a keystone per every 10 influence you have, since it's used as a cyclical gauge. The flat number is 10.
Much like we're using like junk DNA or whatever the heck, so 3 slots in the other campaign.
Yeah, that was me pulling some random science
It's sci-fi
bullshit out of my ass.
We're doing
I made
sci-fi
it
stuff.
sound like I knew what I was doing, but I just made that shit up.
You're
Matt,
just bouncing the graviton particle beam off the main deflector dish.
You
There
told
you go.
me that we have keystones equal to our cultivation rank.
10 base
So
plus
10
cultivation.
Oh,
Oh,
plus
okay, so we have
cultivation.
13 right now. No,
Gotcha,
I've got 14?
Mhm.
14.
Now, cultivation being major realms. Minor realms are not for keystones.
All right.
So
So you
black
guys
gold
haven't
is
even
not.
done a major realm yet?
Okay.
Yeah. What I thought you told me was so we had 1 base and then we had per stage of the realms is what I thought it was. But it's nice to know that we have 10 base and then per realm. I'm
Per
sure
base realm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. There are also other methodologies. So I'll write that down so that in the chat, so it'll put that in Discord. So there is a record of it. Woohoo! All right. Keystones. 10 base plus 1 per major realm plus hidden secret. Yeah. So, Mr. Poe, you will have 2 already locked in because you do have to pick one for your personal keystone poison, and then the poison list itself costs a keystone.
If I choose the poison list, is it still at 2, or do I save one?
What do you mean?
Like if I make poison, or if I make the, it'd be the 9, the one that I went through.
No.
That
It,
no.
it costs you 2 always for this. One for the base technique, the devouring technique, because all devouring techniques cost 1 keystone. And then it charges you 1 more for the poison.
Yeah.
That is always yours.
You can try the chapter you just finished, like you said, or you can choose the Yin poison.
Yeah. So
or...
the keystone stuff for the poison list, it will cost you keystone for every tier that you also improve the devour technique. But it's a keystone, so it'll give you the appropriate amount of power. But yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead, Johnny.
No, I think we're good. Yeah, each chapter, you have the opportunity for another keystone, I imagine, of the poison list manual that you're doing. I don't know what else I can say.
Matt, with what I sent you yesterday or last night for the possibility of changing my 1,000 mundane poisons into kind of like a
That's
mixture.
research.
Okay, but
as for your design,
yeah.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, I just want to know if it's possible or if it's just like this will never change if I choose it as a keystone.
No, it's just one you have constant access to all the time. Everything you touch is contaminated. Unless you specifically say, hey, GM, this is off.
Understood.
It's just, this is a unique feature of you now.
Okay. I do believe that I still want to go with my personal poison, as
Sure.
I don't want to make everyone around me suffer a very slow and painful death, or a very agonizing, intense death with the Viper, as much as I do kind of like the Viper Venom.
That is the second
Look, this stuff is
confirmation.
just going to be as lethal.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
That's it. You can always turn it off. Like, you don't have to. It's like an active ability.
Yeah. You did hit it right on the head, though. The personal poison, it's made of 1,000 different ones. Together, as the 1,000, they are a unique poison. Their lethality is not diluted. But you can break it down into groupings, permutations, specific patterns, or combinations of that 1,000 to produce a bajillion effects and a bajillion different versions. Basically, build your own Pokedex of different, types of poison you can make from your 1,000.
That's what I'm looking for.
That all requires an immense amount of research.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's going to be interesting, and I know that's going to be a long process, but
Yeah. As for your library, that is going to be determined by how you go about, or how you approach that, and you go about, ingesting the poisons and so on. So.
Understood. I got some ideas for it.
Okay.
You must confirm one more time, William.
I'm going with my 1,000 mundane poisons as Iso.
All right, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, Poe.
Why would you summon him?
I mean, technically he's also Batman, but
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Hey, Chumpo. That I don't know is there.
Why is he an even smaller cell?
That's how I
I
start.
mean, it's all poison, so. Hey guys. Well, can we even hear each other?
No.
I don't think we're aware of each other's existence right now. Okay, I guess I'll keep training if nothing's happening when Poe shows up. Get that last little bit of my research done. Is this an acceptable course of action, Matt?
No, no acceptable course of action. You guys are stuck in these boxes forever.
Oh, I was asking if I could continue training my zero loss energy.
Yeah, you guys get to choose what you do.
Okay, I'll keep doing that. Except I only need 80% of what I
You
was doing the last
guys
2 weeks.
just you can build your own adventure for training. Food comes every day, at the same time, same stuff. If you completely swear off the slop, only pills start showing up.
I've just been eating the pills, so
Yep, only pills show up.
I'll take your portions.
how?
Just say like, hey, you could Savalar can have those.
The pills you said they are just food pills, or okay. Because I was used to, or well, where I was in a little cave. Now I'm in a cell. I'm just like, oh, I thought we were supposed to be training sword stuff. And Tenpo will go about, I guess, reading his. I will sit and I will read my floral books, or my, flora and fauna. I'll sit and read my flora books for a while. Do I still
You
have
can't see. There's no light.
Oh, well, fuck me. We're surrounded by walls.
You don't know. It's pitch black. You'll have to go wander around and feel around the room.
Reach your arms out.
Yeah. I will reach, I will walk, I will explore the boundaries. Oh.
Oh, right. Yeah. Never mind. That makes sense.
Gonna keep on walking.
My God.
Eventually, as you check the whole room, this is your confines.
Wow, nice. Okay. Pitch black. I know I'm getting at least pills. Do I see, does light come in anywhere? Is there a door? Is it like a
There's no
terrace?
door. There's no light. It's pitch black.
Pitch black. And when pills get delivered, it's not like a tear in space. I hear it.
No, you just hear that the food is dropped, and there's no latch opening or slat that they open and a beam of light comes in. It's all the walls are all seamless except for the stories in there, like the gouges and the cut lines.
Okay. Not a single one. There's a double one, but so it looks like people are slashing and stuff on this. Like their cut lines.
Nice.
Yeah, there's cut lines. Mm-hmm.
And there's not a door.
Yeah. Keep track of how many you spend, Casey. Your time. Yeah, there's no door. There's score lines in the wall from probably sorts. There's not a lot of room to swing it, but there's just enough that if you stand in the middle and you hold out your sword arm, you could technically swing a sword around if you stay right in the middle. But the moment you get out of sync and you lose your footing, which is very easy in the pitch black, you'll know that you've strayed too far because you've hit the wall.
Gotcha. So this seems to be just wide enough to be able to do swings, but not movement. Like you can't advance, or at least doesn't feel like it. Tenpo doesn't have even a wooden sword. Is there a sword somewhere in this room?
Nope.
Okay.
You could form a sword out of your tree buddy.
I could. I could make a branch. I will go ahead and do that. Mostly probably just looks like a stick, but, you know.
Hey, Lar already had a stick confiscated from him.
He had a really, really powerful... Okay, I don't know that. I'll make a stick.
I feel like your tree buddy's a pretty powerful stick, but...
Yeah. Devour all. I think
real
this
good for...
is...
Oh. Real good for binding other swords, probably, too.
Probably. This feels like something to where they want you to feel your... I know sword energy is a thing. I think they want us to create something, or just feel something. Or it's, hey, we're not ready for you yet. Either way, we might be here a while.
Maybe we're not ready for it. Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what it is.
Like, I could leave this cell, but I don't think that that's what they're wanting.
They're
I've
always
already demonstrated I could penetrate through the wall with my sound. They'd probably just put me back in here if I left.
I am getting a phone call. One moment. Go somebody else.
I have completed my 20,000 training for the near zero loss energy efficiency.
What was that again? What was that for?
I was researching, or I guess I was researching those talismans that suppress cultivation.
Oh yeah, right.
And the array had some very interesting mechanics going on with it. One of which I kind of decided to try to figure out on my own how to utilize that as self-research, which is twice the amount of progress that was required from my normal swing as well. But we'll see. I've got most, or not most of the week. I've got 68 DTAs left.
I returned.
So finished the spicy thing, Matt.
Finish the spice thing, the 0 point energy research.
Yeah.
All right. What are you gonna do with it? You think you got a proper way to use energy with 0 loss?
I was just hoping to improve how I was using my confluxes at the moment with this. Because both of those are utilizing my energy either offensively or defensively, and I would just like to, I guess, get more out of my energy per energy used.
Go ahead and send me those in a DM. And I will then edit them and give you the or if you need extra steps, we will see.
Here is the first one. One moment, please hold.
Mm.
And then the defensive one.
That.
Where did I put the...
Yes.
Bing. There's the second conflux, mostly. I guess it wasn't put in a very useful form at the moment. I will write it out better. And I think we put the emotion wheel that I'm currently using in the Riveth Wake chat somewhere. There it is. This is currently what it is. So the inner wheel is currently my critical wounds, along with my crystallized energy circuits and, I guess, caffeine core, as well as the Taiji circle.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. The funny part is the way these are built uses a pretty efficient system already. The zero loss energy. What would you call that? The efficiency gain from zero loss to what you're currently using isn't too much because you're using a system already that has a really high efficiency capture and release.
Mhm.
Conversion of energy to energy is also pretty good using the Taiji methodology.
Where everything is everything else already.
You could use a feedback system with this zero loss, where every certain amount of energy spent, you collect enough of the slightly inefficient nature of it, and if you cast enough using energy, it will just fill an energy point.
I already do that each turn with my swiftness of the second complex.
What about for like qigong or ki or narrative like points or other sources of energy? What about for that?
You could. He would need to specifically do more research into that energy itself, because he
Well,
did
narrative
this
and
research.
fate, I've already done a lot of research into.
But for a zero loss,
Yeah,
it would be
not
its own
really.
thing. This is also a usable resource since you're just using pure energy. You can go ahead and add a scholastic lore if you don't have any more room. You can add it to the other skill, but it's a scholastic lore for energy efficiency for artifice, which will be something pretty important whenever you try and build an artifice that needs a power source. How you use that power source and how the artifact that you build draws on it is really important. This is for more pure energies because that's what you're dealing with. What we could probably do here, since the way this is built doesn't really work too well, is that every certain amount of energy use, you could just like the swiftness one, where you spend a certain amount, then you get some back. We can take that to the even more extreme variant, because you constantly intake energy from the environment whenever you just breathe or exist. We can increase either that particular number by 2, so it wouldn't count against your conflux. So gain up to 4 energy per round if relevant energy was spent.
Okay.
Or we can have a little. I don't really want to do a pool because you guys have so many energy pools as it is.
So many.
But once per encounter, an energy expenditure is free. It doesn't cost anything.
Once per encounter?
Yep, once per encounter. As long as it uses your energy system. Now, it doesn't apply to any of the others yet until you do that research.
What about like
you can either
qigong, which I'm already converting into my energy or back?
Yep, you can either increase that energy per round, which basically it's almost like 2 complex levels on that one.
For that, yeah.
For that one. And it doesn't count as being confluxed or having expended it for the next level. Or you can have I can spend 1 amount of energy once per encounter for free. Could be 10 energy, could be 100. You've used it and it has a perfect rebound for you to catch.
Could be a whole lot of ki. That sounds good.
Mm-hmm. But the other one is really consistent for long-term fights.
That is also true, because that.
One is a trump card, one is a building block. You do need both going forward, because having trump cards wins fights. And sometimes that's all that matters. Even if it's a long-term or short-term fight, winning the fight's what matters. The better foundation is, what if there's another fight after that?
More
Yeah.
energy.
Yep. More energy, or you get a big
Free energy.
Yep.
I could continue this research to get more of that later, I suppose. But
this is just a research. This is the you spent a lot of time and effort on this particular one, and this is the results that you've come in conclusion to. You pretty sure you could do additional research, but it would require a different perspective, because this is the maximum you in this situation
on my
come
own
up with on
can
your
get
own.
that one thing. Yeah. We're gonna go with the free energy usage once per encounter.
All right, go ahead and add that.
Okay. And then let's see. We're at density 2. So now it's at 4. No, not that. Okay.
Now I just need you to make a Passion for Elements martial arts that has like 1,000 ki for its charge.
Or just a sky reaching
You're
art.
talking to John. That's all he does. He's like my homie. I've gone to plaid with this key stuff.
So once per encounter may ignore the energy cost of, or energy expenditure of one ability.
What do you need a wording on it? Or do you think you could manage for the...
Well, this is what I put down.
Yep, that's perfect. Meantime, we will move over, because you finished the thing, right?
Finish the thing. I've got part of the week left. But
how many days?
I did. I've got 68 DTA left of the week. That was
like 3-ish days.
Set up. Yeah, 3-ish days.
So Chung Po, if you want to do any reading, don't forget about your memory palace, or
well,
learn energy, sword energy. Now's a good time.
With the memory palace, I can only access what I've already read. Wow.
You can put books inside your memory palace.
Fair. Can I just shove the rest of the floral books into my memory palace?
Just read the description on it. I think it, depending on, might be a minus something for willpower check.
Commercial.
And then you can just read them in your head. It's not a 10-star for nothing.
There we go. Sustained, concentrated, complex action. Okay, the owner can extract any knowledge they wish by manifesting it in a real world, usually as a book or a page, and or lock it away if it's dangerous. To do so, minus 20 willpower test, summoning any knowledge automatically has the character forget the contents of the knowledge removed. Locking away knowledge automatically makes the character forget the knowledge entirely. Okay.
Yeah, you want to forget some stuff?
No. It
Do you?
doesn't say that I Let's see, something in it. Hold on. To put away information or to stick it into the memory palace itself, it doesn't say that it costs anything.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It's only whenever I remove things from it that it.
It's usually a half action to do it.
Okay. I will put the collection of flora and fauna into my mind then.
Okay, it's in there.
I have. Okay.
It goes on a shelf.
Woo! 24 books in total. To which I still have to finish some of that, but considering I just finished something that was like almost twice the amount of all of these.
So the Mind Palace in its current state,
Mhm.
it doesn't count as if you've read them. It counts as if you've stored them in your head.
Yes.
And I'm receiving a phone call. God damn it! 1 sec.
Oh, good.
And now you have the opportunity to read them by just entering your mind palace. So when you mentioned earlier that you didn't have a way to, I was like, "Are you sure about that?"
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So they're in your head, but they're no longer a physical book. You can pull them out. But it also means you can just sit and meditate, and then, go into your mind palace and be like, "Hee, I'm gonna read these."
Gotcha.
You can also build powers and talents and features that if it's in your mind palace, you have more time, or you have more progress, or you have an accelerated progress track, or you can read 2 things at once. There's a lot of things you can do with the Mind Palace. It's a vehicle or a platform in which you can do a bunch of really silly things. But on its base, it's just a reliquary.
Gotcha. Is it possible for me to remember what it felt like sitting on the special chair and the special rug and the undunce cap?
You could, but it doesn't provide any progress bonus or
Okay.
the features of those.
Understood. Okay.
Interesting select you could do though on your mind palace to be like, hey, instead of books, I'm going to put in literal physical objects that give me those bonuses.
Yes, you could. You could build what is called a curio study, where you put a bunch of strange objects, and then you can have it, if you build it in such a way that all the objects in the curio section always apply to anything you're doing. And you would go over to each of the little stands or the little display cases for each of the curio, and you would hit an on or off button depending on if you want them active or inactive. But it's a ton of work, and frankly it could be an alarming amount of merit to build this, but this is gonna be a long game, so it might be worth the investment. Just like Johnny is building the craziest fate point system I've ever seen. If he can pull it off, I don't know what I'm gonna do. God damn, Johnny. I was looking at that last night. I'm like, ooh, if you built this, I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
I was just trying to think of a way to connect all my my fated partners. So I was like, well, why not that?
Right.
All right. So what about Chung Po? What's an action you want to do, or should I take over?
Well, the things that I have so far with the situation that we are in is trying to think of some way to. I think they want us to create a sword energy, but Sabalair, you already have one, right?
I only have 2 points now, but maybe they want us to get more. But that's a very big assumption. We have no idea why we're in here.
Yeah. I'm gonna sit and do some research. Matt, I'm thinking of going through, finishing up or seeing if there's any of the flora that I have read so far. I've only read up to part 3 of the Flora of the Path Introductory Guide. If nothing that I have inside of my body is a part of that, then I'll just keep reading.
Sure.
But
and the funny part is you could read them perfectly fine without the need of light if they're in your head.
Yep, there we go. Let's see. I read good. The glasses aren't there because it's in my head. My master's not here. Is any of this part of the forbidden? Is any of the floral path or flora of the path considered forbidden knowledge?
Flora of the Path, not the ones you have. Those are all the acceptable recorded stuff.
Gotcha.
Um,
Alrighty. Then I will just sit and read for a while.
Yep.
Get +1, +10, +1. Intelligence. It's a whole DTS to rest, right?
Yep.
Okay. Then. Oh, another question. Am I suffering from my daily poisons anymore?
No.
Weak.
In fact, you have regeneration equal to your keystone poison due to the nature of your new poison lust.
Nice.
So every turn you regen 1,000.
Okay.
All right. New strategy. Put Poe in front of us. Yeah.
Then let's see. Oh, here's the start for only if it's just 1, then that's only like 2. This is not going to be a fast progression here at this time.
Did you take Montage Hero?
Yes, I did. I do have training. So, but that.
Wait, so not for training, research, right? There's like research and.
Yes, yes, I did take training and research. Training for myself, research for everyone. And
So I already had training for everyone, I think.
Yes. At the time, I needed training.
Oh, got it.
In a situation where he had no help, right? So
fair.
Spatial space of spaces.
Yeah, but I got research for everyone, so that's something.
I guess while Poe was here, was I getting that benefit then? Or are we isolated enough that we are not sharing montaging together right now?
Not until you get out of this situation, these individual isolation boxes that you can start sharing.
Isolation boxes.
Yeah, they're isolation boxes.
Ready? Either way, even technically, I'm not doing research. This is reading. This is just training. So it's like plus instead of +1, I would get +2 because of doubled. So
reading books is training 70% of the time. It's the 30% where you're trying to piece together information from a series of books, or you're trying to, educate yourself, or dissemble a book, or you're trying to complete an idea that you had, and you needed a specific book. You need to check a couple of chapters, just like when you do any research paper.
I gotcha. The poisons books that I read over the 9 books from when I was trying to survive the baptism. Is there anything that's all like a little bit more on theory? It didn't have anything of plant life or poisonous plants, right?
Most of the stuff that it talked about were about personal bodies. There were occasional mentions of specific poison commonalities, like if you ran across a poison with a lethality factor of 5 and a exposure rating of 2. Like it gave these really scientific kind of numerical values with specific labeling. Instead of actually naming a poison, they just kind of had this medical jargon for any of the substances.
I can't quite remember what I had as. I think it was a coin or something like a manhole cover or the thing that allowed me to transport to my poison vault. Is there something with like some red tape over that?
There is, but there is a book drop off and book receiving receptacle. So many lower people can send you stuff in and out from the book drop off section, but it does have a pretty red string tied in a bow. You could easily undo the red string.
Okay. I will not touch it for right now. What I have in my head. I haven't put any of the other things in my head yet, so can't say that one. I want to ask the room questions.
Okay.
I'll just sit here and contemplate and just ask, what goal are you wanting us to do here?
There does not seem to be any response. It's just dead silent.
Okay.
Yeah, but neither of us asked that beforehand, which
I mean, I just tried to break my way out. That's all I tried to do.
they got mad at that for some reason. I think I'm gonna be perhaps spending some merit here to let's see. Take a Tessargonian battery on my energy pool, if that is something I can do.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Well, take Tessargonian battery.
You putting that into might or spirit?
It's the only two that you can put that into?
I do believe for if it's a spiritual one and not a mysterious.
Oh, it is. I thought it was here. I thought it was magical.
Yeah. So I think magical.
Can that go into mind?
What do you mean?
For the pillar that magical positive qualities can go towards?
Yeah, like the mind threshold, the expended.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You should rename that, Matt, because you have physical, mental, social, and then you have magical positive in your naming sheet. But then in the outro,
magical is. What would you think? Esoteric, but that's where mysterious kind of comes in. It's kind of.
It's just your wording for this. For example, this is what you have in your sheet, right? And we know physical is the same, mental is the same, social is the same, but like Casey was saying, it's spiritual.
Yeah.
For the the one that's out here, and mysterious is right, but do you want to change it to spiritual or do you want to keep it magical? Is the question.
I think I'm gonna do either a hyphen or a diagonal slash and have it magical slash spiritual.
Yeah. Okay.
Mind is mind. The physical lets you do swiftness or might. Social, might or spirit. Magical, spirit or mind. Mysterious can go to any of them.
All right. So in this case, do you want to give it to Casey for putting it into mind?
Yeah,
like yes.
I don't mind.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
You guys can also have the same option if you make an expenditure from those. But it's really hard to get spiritual, except for Johnny. You somehow have gamed the system into massive spiritual gains.
Mysterious. That's pretty much one of the biggest things. And you giving me the quad 1 ability that doubles my merit towards thresholds for spirit.
Yeah, pretty wild. Just for spirit though, right?
Just for spirit until it's spirit's max, and then it goes into might instead.
Okay.
Second threshold for mind. Was a limit shatter, right? No. Limit break. And I get a heroic. Which I'll take mental gymnastics.
Good call.
That has become extremely popular for anybody, not just this game, but all the other games for players who want to reach ridiculous numbers.
Okay.
Just have a good logic skill and you're okay, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually going to...
I might need to do some data on it, but I think the fatigue cost on it is maybe a little too low.
There's a fatigue cost on mental gymnastics?
I didn't think
so.
Was.
There was a cost to it when you used it.
A logic test. That is too low of a fatigue cost. If
look at it, because I swear I put a cost on it, so you can't use it on every roll.
Utilizing.
You made it so it's easier.
Make a logic test.
Pass.
Yeah, there's not a cost. So yep, that is too low of a fatigue cost, I would say.
Okay, yeah. I will probably make some modifications to it because they might be strong because they come from the thresholds, but they should have some sort of cost to that based off of the output that it is really giving.
Yeah, I think the only cost, Matt, you have is that it's a negative logic test. Like, so it's you give a negative depending on how big of ask the person's put in front of you. I think that's the negative in my,
okay.
in my opinion.
Okay, that's what. Okay, let me just double check because mental gymnastics. Where are you?
Mind heroic.
Yeah.
So, like, if someone says, "Hey, I want to change the tapestry,"
mental gymnastics. Oh, I was thinking.
Even further beyond.
Yeah, even further beyond. Yeah, that one.
My suggestion was to you, Matt, was for consecutive rolls within the encounter, you you pretty much add +1 for every one you do. So now it's like 2 and then 3 and then so that's like 6
Sold.
total. Yeah, that was my suggestion to you, and you're like, "Oh, I'll think about it."
Sold. I like that. So we'll make that change. Yeah. I got them mixed up. So even further beyond and
mental gymnastics.
Mental gymnastics. So
it's even further beyond the threshold quality.
Yeah, it's the spirit threshold quality for 4.
Okay.
Okay.
But that was also a lot further.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Beyond.
Got him.
Got him. Yeah, even further beyond.
So we've got that going a bit better. Also, that's another plus to my willpower threshold.
Hell yeah.
For the magic esotery rank. And then I think I do want to level up my conflicts as well, the second one, the defensive one. And what that'll do to the level 1 is just using the outer wheel of emotions. And then for the specific level 2, I wanted to limit the amount of energy I could take in a single hit, but... Or maybe apply magnitude to the hit points per hit. Is that either of those acceptable? We're starting to see like thousands of damage a hit. So
Sorry, I'm typing. I need you to hold on to that thought. I cannot multitask in that
What I think
manner.
would be good, Casey, is I know I talked about this before, and I think you said no, but like, depending on the energy type, has like a numerical value. So, for example, a pure energy would have like 1,000 or something. So then, when you get hit with something with an attack, it would take out energy of that energy, like it would reduce it by a certain amount.
Okay, made the change. I put in the change log. I just got to put in the.
Perfect.
or I could just make my martial energy count towards the hit point total for the second level. So like Qigong and Ki as well.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of bookkeeping, honestly, with what I just said. So I don't 100% like say that's a good idea.
Yeah. I don't know if I like that.
It's one way to get like more out of what you have and like have a larger hit point total, or it's almost like a shield or like ablative. But yeah,
I think for my level 2 conflux ask, I'm going to say so martial energies like Ki and Qigong count towards the energy point total and hit points. So
yeah, that's pretty good.
2
Type it for me, please.
I am. Martial So I can already convert it over, but this would make it count as hit points as well. Which would also, the way I worded it, not make it just automatically get doubled by the Tessargonian battery, because it's just being looked at as well for this.
Asgonian battery is retroactive, don't forget. So if you choose your energy pool, anything you add is going to double.
Yeah, but the way I wrote it, the key is not part of the energy pool. It is just looked at as well for the conflux. Because I didn't want a bunch of free purchases, basically, from Tessargonian battery.
Oh, you're saying just the energy pool, not everything within the energy pool. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, it counts as part of it, but it is not part of it.
Yeah, it doesn't double everything within. It just doubles the amount total.
It doubles the amount total for specifically the non-martial energies that I have.
Okay. Because I would have just said the pool and like make everything, and just like anything you add to your pool with complex upgrades be just like, hey, those values are now doubled too. So I'm adding.
I mean, if Matt is okay with that.
There's a bunch of caveats with what would account towards your energy pools. It needs to be pure martial energy, which you need either pure ki or qigong energies that align with your Dao. So sound Dao, qigong,
Waveform.
Waveform works.
Okay, so waveform, and that counts as part of my energy pool. Does it?
Yes.
Double? Okay, so
it counts as your energy pool. Doesn't double it because of the way you specifically worded it, like you said.
Yeah.
And pure ki or sound ki or waveform ki would also work.
Okay. So the shadow and solar qigong are not part of it.
Unfortunately, no, they're not part of your Dao.
Yep.
And they're not pure.
Yep. Whereas waveform is part of the Dao, and
waveform's part of the Dao. Yeah.
Pure ki is part of all the Dao.
Yep.
Cool. That was basically what I wanted there.
If you want to put contaminated energy systems, sources into your system.
I can do that with my energy pool, but
maybe that's the point of your Qigong circuit, though, isn't it? Sorry, the what is it called?
well, that was to keep my energy pool from being a problem. But Qigong and I guess Shi or Ki, if I get different kinds of Ki, makes more sense, I guess, because that's. I mean, I'm not really sure, but we'll take it. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, there you go. You should
Cool.
vastly increase the amount you have.
Oh yeah.
I almost say double it.
Didn't double it. Doubled it with the Tessargonian battery, and then I added a bunch.
Okay.
Because the key is not being doubled right now.
Right.
The way they worded it. Conflux. Level 2. Martial energy. Creation. That's 40, and that's 10 to each of these. But that does make my hard shield a lot better as well.
Hell yeah.
Cool. I've got most of a week. Lar was trying to eat some pills for about a month.
I
More
was
than a
thinking
month.
about it. I want to do it on my prayer mat. That's the biggest thing. Like, I'm not going to force myself to just have them just because I'm in a locked room, like, and to spend time.
What would your prayer mat do better for
My
that?
prayer mat takes in the energy from the pills, and then it produces cosmic resources.
Oh, got it. Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah. And I haven't had a high or superior grade pill yet, so that's gonna I want to at least have that option. And yeah, I mean, if we're gonna be here for a month, locked in the cell, then yeah, I could see us using it, but I don't want to do that. I want to figure out a way. And Chung Po's reading.
Oh, well, I might pause that for a minute because I want to kind of want to check out the slop and see if it's poison slop, if it's qualified as just filth, if it's edible filth.
It's nutrient slurry.
Substance.
It is just, it has everything you need to slake your hunger and get you the vitamins, nutrients, carbs, everything you need. They
Good
don't
old
care
tasty
about
wheat.
texture or flavor.
I did just get a whole lot more critical hit points, so that's pretty good.
That's what I'm lacking. So I'm glad you could get something like that.
Nobody got the tasty wheat.
Yeah, I've got 48 right now, which is pretty solid. Well,
Hell
51 if you're including my circuits, which I don't necessarily want to lose in the middle of a fight. That's a problem. The critical damage is never a good thing, I suppose.
Good.
Chunpo is going to meditate to get his health back up because that should be very fast now. You said 1,000? What? Is it 1,000 per DTS?
Per turn.
Per turn. You're at full hit points in
Holy shit! Yeah,
very quickly.
4 turn. Yeah,
100 turns.
No, not even.
If you're at 0.
Like, oh yeah. If I'm at 0. Let's see. 3.
I guess 1% of your life regeneration doesn't sound like all that much.
It doesn't sound all that much, but whenever it's that much,
It's perspective.
Oh, hey, now you can get your heart beating again and not die horribly.
Yeah.
Which is probably quite helpful.
Let me see. That's 100. 3. 100,000. There we go. That's better.
I guess, what things are density 3 as far as matter is concerned? Like an example of density 3. Is that like water and stuff?
Yeah. Are you talking about the system for density that I used in the sci-fi game?
Yeah, because I'm kind of using that now when I can convert matter into energy and back.
3 would be. 3 would be a very.
Like something that is water or less.
It's a liquid, but its viscosity is almost nil. It's just liquid. So
not pit, but
it's not pitch or it's not
pitch.
syrup. It's just call it water. Yeah.
Okay, water or less.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chengpo, you said you were going to do something else.
Well, I was going to meditate and heal because I thought it was going to be per DTS, but no, it's just per turn. So now I'm at full health again, which feels really good because I haven't been at full health for a hot minute.
Right.
So I guess they want to. I'm gonna talk to the wall, I guess. Talk to the room. I'm gonna meditate on what the sword can do and how I could implement poison into sword strikes. Besides just coding. Or, well, no. Can I poison a sword now? What would that look like? I'm gonna sit and meditate and think about sword strikes for a while.
Nice.
I don't know if that's research or...
Okay. Build yourself a research.
Alrighty.
So you had 2 parts to it. Like you wanted to understand what the sword does or what it's for.
Yes.
And then how you could use it with poison.
Research. Understanding the sword. 0 out of 100. And alrighty. I will go with understanding the sword first. As far as I know, just by myself. What role would you? I'm guessing intelligence for this, or is there a? I don't think there'd be any other. I believe this is just an intelligence check for this research.
Mhm.
Alrighty.
For sword,
yes.
do you have any sword knowledge?
Not really. I have my. Okay, yeah.
But
I
you
have
can use
shamanism.
the.
I have shamanism, but I don't know if that would do anything here.
No, you're just contemplating on the sword itself.
Understood.
As for how to use it, well, in the books that you read about poison application
Yeah,
and poison
coding.
coding, oh boy, do you know a lot about this.
Yeah. I will start with just the sword. I don't think I get any bonuses from anything. And with how, let's see, pull up the montage hero. Rest bonuses, heal, research for the group, additional DTA, one source that provides a roll bonus. Okay, so technically I don't have anything that actually provides a bonus, so it's just flat and +1. So that was that. But for just thinking about the sword there, and then the application. Application is the larger number, but I also have coding. Which one do you want me to roll on this?
Sorry, for which bigger number?
I have a larger. My poison application has more
No, you roll
check
the whole
marks.
set. You roll the whole set from the because you have that special talent, the omnisequential.
Yes. Okay.
So you just roll
Okay.
you just roll the whole fucking batch. That is the gift of reading so much into the Poison Lust book.
Gotcha.
Anything poison related, you just roll the whole stack.
Alrighty. Now, is that just bonus to like a +10, or is that also to progress?
You know what? I'll give you a +1 to progress for each unique skill on the chain.
Okay. Alrighty. Then
Not the number of check marks, but each individual unique skill. So if it has a different
Yeah.
name and it applies under the stack, go for it.
14, 15, 16.
This could be pretty good.
17, 18. Okay, so 18 that I know for certain. Would you qualify flora and fauna?
Yeah.
Okay. 20. Survival?
Not this case.
Okay.
Nor Senescence, nor.
Medicaid?
Yeah.
Okay. 21. We'll stick with that. 21. So, and then the actual roll here. Station. Here's my little pop-up for it.
Okay, I now have a solid amount of static shields.
Woo!
Still can't take a hit from Lar.
Okay. Well, what about do this? There we go. Okay. The bonus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We'll start. We'll just stop at that. There we go. Okay, and I said
Poison.
21 progress. So, so that would be because I have a bonus on that one, and it's research. It'd be 42, so I get 43. Nice. Okay. For some reason, it wouldn't let me roll poison coding or poison application because it's in the other skill tree. I clicked on the little box that I thought it would be, but it's just like, nope, not doing anything. But anyway, so that's 1 DTA at 43 per. I'm not sure who's ahead right now, or if we're all at equal.
I think it's just me at this point. If you already have a bunch of, do you have like a week's worth?
I mean, that's I have as long as we are in the box.
No, I mean, like, how much progress have you just done? Like, how many DTS?
That's
Because
one,
I still got.
or that's 2 technically because of the 2 research.
Why don't you do up to a week's worth, or yeah, go from
Okay.
there. Do up a week's because that's what Casey's at right now. He's a week.
Not quite.
Oh, not quite. All right.
3 days. So I guess I spent 4 days.
Yeah, do 4 days worth of DTA then.
Okay, so for 12 DTS, we have plus 1 DTA, so 21 times 4, which would be 40. No, it would be 84 rolls. I just did 2, so 82 rolls. Take your subtract a DTS for rest. 14 times 4. 56. Okay, I thought so. All right, cool. And then I did 2 of those poisons are 56. Less than 454. And that's at 43. Oh boy, 3 100s.
Yep.
Does anything interesting happen with those, with the 100s on research?
On
Guessing that-
100s?
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it just subtracts progress.
Okay. Same amount?
Yep.
Okay. Then, so I got 53 of them, that 43 apiece, and then, so 50 at 43. Okay. I'm going to keep doing poisoning the sword research 100 at a time, and fill that up. Let's see, so plus 43, which would be 2193. So 21 ticks into research plus 93 into the 22nd tick of research. Poisoning the sword.
Okay. So what we'll do here is, for everybody, you keep track of the time individually and the research or studying you're doing. Merit expenditures we can do individually. And do it a week at a time. Basically, build your own research, build your own training. If you need numbers from me for training, let me know. But research, you decide your own numbers.
Yeah.
So you gotta kind of get to craft your own thing, and don't worry about what other people are doing. Just kind of focus on your weeks at a time.
Okay.
Once you've done the week, just mark it, like which week you're on. Once you reach week 4, stop.
Okay.
But do plan the next week after that.
Okay.
Okay. Do I ever hit or with that with 21 successful research 100 at a time of poisoning the
I need a
sword?
total. You need to give me a total you're trying to reach, not if I roll this many times with this amount of progress. What do I get? I need you to like
Give a total at the end
give
of it.
me a total you're trying to reach of your own design. Do you want to reach 1,000 progress? Do you want to reach 10,000?
Well, at this point, I'd say 10,000 because, well, I can get to 1,000 within a week, but that's the thing. I don't
Are we
know what.
talking the sword part or the poison part? Poison part you can absolutely shred.
Yeah. I don't. The reason I was doing 100 a time is because I'm not entirely sure what I get at the end of that research.
Well, that's
Because,
the thing. Once you reach it, we discuss it.
okay, well, the first one was 100, and then I spent a week doing it, and I blew it out of the water.
Is that for which part of the research that you're doing? Which portion?
The poisoning the sword.
You start to, I mean, just thinking on it, you can already see that coating a sword is it's highly inefficient.
Mhm.
You need to build one that either has circuitry for like built in for energies to travel through that have contaminated poisons, which only really powerful poison practitioners or yourself can do.
Yeah.
We've got one of those.
Right. So the any sword that can transfer energy can emit this, if as long as you have a poison energy resource such as poison ki, poison qigong, poison shi, or your keystone poison.
Mhm.
If it's not designed for poison energy, it's going to be less efficient, but it doesn't make it less lethal if the disparity between the poison used and the defender's resilience is too large. So it only really matters at high level fights where the person is really robust against poison and its effects, and you need to be able to directly channel that. There is a much more lethal variant that you can imagine in your skull. Is you actually build poisons into a device into the sword, and the sword has channels that when you activate the reservoir, it trickles this poison throughout the blade's channels. And when you cut them, they don't just get a brief exposure to it, they get a full dose. And you can continue to reapply these dosages. So there's a lot of different ways.
Okay.
And you can even see that with the channels, sometimes the poison will run out of the channels. That's okay. You just flick the blade at somebody, and it just launches all of the poison that's falling off the channels into that person. Just like, here you go, a little bit for you. So there's a series of blades that, with your experience, you're like, a normal sword sucks at this. But what if I change their design?
I want to create a wooden sword with the help of Tree Buddy, as well as like something of me learning how to extend my own wood energy and roots,
Okay.
and create a sword that's made out of me.
Well, Tree Buddy can make a stick.
Mm.
You can swing the stick around.
Okay.
You'd also tell Tree Buddy how to make the sword or the stick. Like you could kind of direct him.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
He also doesn't like your poison energy because you kept it separate from him.
Yeah,
So
I didn't want to poison him.
Yeah, he's like, I don't like it. So You'll
Well, now
have
he's
to
not eating your
use.
cultivation. So there's that.
Yeah. He still eats his cultivation, but he won't eat the poison cultivation.
Sure.
Feed me, Seymour.
um, is, would it
Hmm.
cost merit for me to extend my own or to create my own roots and do what Tree Buddy can do?
Not necessarily, but you were told that if you extend your own roots, you become sedimentary,
Hmm.
and then you actually just become a tree. And you were trying to avoid becoming a tree instead of having tree-like attributes.
If I'm not trying to extend it into the ground. I'm trying to, I guess, more not a root but a branch.
There you go, branch. Yeah.
Yeah. A branch that is a sword of myself that has the understanding of flow and my own poison, and trying to harness that into hey, I have something that is the sword that I am trying to create.
This is pretty simple for you. You
Okay.
just have to assign a portion of your health to that sword.
Okay.
That'll determine its durability, and its connection to you. So, if the sword breaks, then you don't get the health back, but you don't permanently lose the health total, and that's where that 1,000 regen comes in.
Gotcha.
Where, say, you assign 10,000 health to the sword, and eventually somebody hits it so hard it breaks. Well, you're out 10,000 health, but in 10 turns you'll get that back.
Yeah.
So it temporarily reduces your max health total by how much you put in there, and then you get that max health back once the weapon is either returned to yourself or is destroyed, and then you just have to heal the difference back up.
How when the okay, well, I don't know this yet, but say the sword breaks, is there a time duration that I have to wait before I can create another sword?
Maximum effort. That basically uses your entire turn and gives you an exhaustion. The
Okay.
exhausted condition to make one.
Okay.
Because of the sacrifice involved to make it. So it's not something you want to do on the battlefield unless you are very desperate.
Gotcha.
To reabsorb it, it takes a complex action. But of course, you can get these times down further and further the more you train and become used to this type of sacrifice.
Gotcha. I like the 10,000 HP then.
Yeah, because you're kind of like ripping your arm off.
Do you have 100,000 HP?
I do.
Yeah.
100,000 is his. Yeah. Oh, I was like, that's his whole health bar. He doesn't want to. He might as well swing himself at that point.
999,000 hit points.
All right, you all get really good at the sword, and then I become the sword.
I am the sword. Don't worry, I left a hand to wield myself.
Grab me by the ankles.
Yeah, so 10,000, and I will spend that complex action to meditate and create this sword, and understanding the flow of how I want poisons to go through the sword.
I want to use one of my DTAs of the 68 to see what happens if I leave the cell. I can get my sound outside of the cell. I will then attack the ground outside the cell and teleport there.
Okay. You will then just be outside the cell.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'll just move you there.
Just a big old. All right.
Yeah, you're just outside the fucking cell. You're just like, boom, I'm here. Ha. Ugh.
They don't seem to care that much.
Seems like it.
So I'm right here.
Yeah.
Cool. Neato. Huh.
For my week, Matt, I'd like to extend my sword energy. So I'm gonna try and do the same thing, not 100% the same thing, but I've already put all of my sword energy into that wooden sword before. So with that connection I've made for myself and the bond I have with it, I'm going to practice extending my sword energy. Um, and kind of concentrate on the fate aspect, so the strands of fate between the two objects, or like the two things, the sword and myself. And instead of like sending a big blob, or like my arm extending through the darkness to where the sword was taken, I'm just going to have it ride the fate strand to it, so I can try and grab the sword with my sword energy.
You talking your wooden sword?
Yeah, the wooden sword that was taken. Yeah.
Okay. Reaching out to it, not too hard. You're connected to it. It's part of your down name. When you get there, you arrive at a nest.
Oh.
It's not a nest of a bird, but more of a nest of a viper.
Oh.
And this viper's it's kind of this aura or constellation-like thing. It's kind of swivels towards you, locking eyes with you.
Okay.
And it is large as the sky. The scales on it are just blade edges, and its fangs are swords. Not yet. You do not get this back until you can leave the room and complete the basic training. Such a sword is useless for you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Nice to meet you. My name's Savaler.
You are gifted in strange, mysterious ways. Don't let it go to waste. One misstep here will cost you your life.
Well, I will go back the way I came. I appreciate this.
You be careful. Looking around in such a manner could attract the wrong attention.
This is something I never tried before, so a failure upon myself to learn for the future. I appreciate the guidance.
No failure upon yourself in the manner you are considering. It's more of a failure of caution or safety.
Yes. Um,
But if you're too cautious and too safe, you will never grow when it matters most, and you will not survive what's to come. So your curiosity, your at least willingness, is commendable. I will not penalize you this day, but know that this sword will not find your hands again until you've completed the basic training and know how to wield any sword as well as you could wield this one, if not better.
oh, well, I will find my way under the cell then. How do I get back? Savaler looks around.
If you'd like some assistance, I can, but it'll be very unpleasant.
Oh. And now I'll I don't know how I got here in the first place. All I was doing is extending my sword energies.
It's connected
My
to your
concern.
Tao. You've made a bridge. Have you not created a string to
Yes.
connect you back?
I suppose I'll just follow the string back.
Why be so slow? Pull the string.
Oh, give it a little bit of tension, eh? Oh, a good call.
And then pull it past the tension and then let go.
Savaler will do that.
Well, it's still unpleasant.
Of course. But
Yeah.
less unpleasant, I'm sure, than what that individual would have done to me. So I'll take what I can.
Yeah. from what you can tell, they probably would have frightened you back to your body.
Oh yes.
But what you did was you pulled the string taut, and you're like, "Ooh, yeah, this is. We can't pull this any further. Like that would be dangerous if we pulled this further." And they're like, "No, pull a little more." And so you pull a little more, and then there's that huge panic response from your body.
Right.
That the moment you let go, it just yanks you all the way in. It's kind of like that little elastic pull string attached to that little thing. If you pull it past a certain point, it goes yoink. And you're using your body's panic response that like, oh, I'm about to lose connection with my physical body. And it overcompensates by reeling you in as fast as possible.
Well, I think this has been a great usage of my new fate sword aspect that was given to me after my sword energy, or my sword core, sword reservoir. That's the word, reforging by the brain practitioner. So that's cool. All right.
Yep, it's working pretty well. Your connection with this sword, now that you've really like sought it out with your spirit, you always know where it is.
Yeah.
But you're always almost aware of its surroundings as well.
Mm.
The amount of objects that is stored in that viper's nest is not small. All of them are swords as well. You also see Lyron's sword there.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see a dozen other swords of varying varieties of exceptional quality and grade. You also see some very dangerous ones. You also see something you have a hard time putting a name to.
Oh.
But if you had to put a name to it at all, it would be a sword embryo.
Okay.
So,
In its infant state.
Wild stuff. A sword embryo would be like an ego blade or an ego weapon in the development of it.
Gotcha.
It is very hard to make an ego weapon.
Mm. Okay.
Or you just stumble on one. You never know. Could be either way.
I'm gonna try to reach out to my master again now that I'm outside the cell.
Nice.
You get a lazy eye that rolls towards your direction. That black socket with that red dot. Your master is being pampered and taken care of on one of the guest houses as a guest elder.
Oh.
And they're abusing a bunch of the senior students. They're like, do the practice and the training.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
Oh, okay. Does this just extend out this walkway?
There's two ways. There's the southern part of the road. Down there, you feel a strange emptiness and the sound of carnival music. But something about it gives you chills. Not because there's an aura or a feeling or a sense. It is the complete devoidness of it. It's not even a silence. It's something's got you on edge.
Is that a esoteric sound?
Not yet. It's actually the lackness of it that's like without sound at all. So it would be if it made any sound, but it doesn't. So it's like, oh, that's new.
That's anti-carnival music.
At the top, you just kind of feel nothing. It's the sound travels up that way for a little bit, and then echoes back very faintly. Okay. A lot of hard rock that way.
Got it. I'm gonna go examine the walls on either side, peer into the cells.
What are you looking for? Just whatever. Just what you see.
Seeing what's inside.
You can't. Oh, you have to spend time to penetrate in.
Time. Yep. Mm-hmm. So that'll be a DTS per.
Yep.
Which looks like there's 8 here total. So 8 of the DTS. So I'm down to 59 left of this week.
You do find the ones with you guys. You also find a bunch of people who have already starved to death.
Oh.
Or just died.
They didn't eat the slop.
Or the pills.
Wow.
I guess we were a little too trusting, maybe, on the.
Well, we knew what we were getting into.
Yeah. Didn't know who took them in a sense, right?
There are some people who refuse to eat at all. How dare they
Didn't
serve
have
something like this to
10,000
me?
MREs in their spatial rings.
You also find a strange viper has bitten somebody. Like, this person is like contorted in such a way that the body should definitely not look like that. As if every muscle was over tensed in such a way that they were contorted into a horrific state and locked there. You do see the bite marks from some sort of viper. One of the individuals is covered in bugs.
Alive or just
No, not
covered in
anymore.
bugs? Okay.
Are
we the only living people in the cells?
Yeah, in this particular area.
Oh. Huh.
There were people in all of them. I rolled for all of them. Their odds were not great.
That's because they're pretentious.
Some refused to eat and went into meditation. Some refused to. Some people just went stark raving mad and just collapsed. Some people got insanity and died from that. Each of the cells, including the one you were in and including the one those two were in, all have some sort of hidden hazard that is very easy to kill you.
Oh, can I find mine?
Yeah. Yours has a little itty bitty spider in the corner. Probably the size of a black widow. Its marking. What? It avoided detection the first time. It has a little crack in the corner that it hides in. It doesn't make like a hole, but it's just you're used to threat, and it started to build a web. But the way the web shimmers, it does not come up in Devil Sight. Like echolocation doesn't pick it up, and you only caught it by really checking out the walls. And then when it got to the wall, you were able to kind of extend your senses, and you caught this little itty bitty pinprick. And you don't pick it up as a spider; you pick it up as a single drop of venom energy. That the whole spider has one dose of just about damage all, venom energy.
Oh.
So basically, it doesn't eat and doesn't eat and doesn't eat until it has a full dose, and then it bites you, and then it doesn't care how large the prey is. If it kills you, it'll start to slowly eat you over a very long period of time.
Oof.
Yeah.
I'm glad I have shields.
Mine's rocks fall, you die, because I almost.
Rocks. Yeah.
That's my hidden hazard.
What is Poe's hidden hazard? Can I figure that out in there?
He's got these little roly polies. These little things kind of scuttle around, and what they do is they bite on like a tick, and they basically drink your blood, and they love poison.
Uh-oh.
They absolutely adore that stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
So they just get a nice snack from Poe, and he probably wouldn't notice all that much.
Not for a while, but if enough of them latch on, he'll run out of resources really quick.
Yeah. I'll notice, hey, I'm kind of on empty.
I'm gonna pop into Poe's cell. Oh, hey!
Buh! How'd you get in here? How'd you get out?
What do you mean? It's just a mundane wall. Also, there's a cool spider in my cell if you wanted to go, I don't know, eat it or something. You like poisons, right?
Acquired
Spiders
the
have
taste
venom.
for 'em. What'd you say?
Spiders have venom.
He's already incorporated a venom into his body.
Yeah, I have viper venom.
I was just correcting. Spiders don't have poison; they have venom.
Fair enough.
Lyran is still saying poison.
He's not an expert.
Yeah. Oh, spiders aren't poisonous, Lyran.
Wait, so this was just break our way out?
Oh, no.
No.
There's like some training or something that we're supposed to do here. I'm not really leaving. But if you want to come over to my cell real quick and acquire that spider, then it wouldn't be in my cell anymore.
Sure.
Also, you've got some things in your cell that really like poison. So watch out for roly-polies.
Gotcha.
Point out a couple, maybe? Or are they in like cracks of the
He's
wall?
covered in about 30 of them.
I'll point out those ones.
Ah. Yeah.
They like to eat poison. Maybe you could learn something from them.
That's true. That might be something. I have learned how to eat poisons as well, but this could be something worth studying. Is the room covered in it? Like, is there more than the 30? Or is it just the one? Okay.
They made a little nest in the corner, and the ones that drink from you and are full, they fall off, scuttle back, and they build a little nest out of the biomass.
Okay.
And they multiply.
Fun.
Okay. Alrighty. I would be more than willing to go and collect the itty bitty spider.
Oh, good. I will use mental gymnastics to utilize my sound transmission to take Poe with me, instead of using narrative like I'd done beforehand.
Well, what's the timeline on this?
I have.
And where is Poe on the timeline?
That is very true.
I believe. Well, Lyran said that you only took 5 days, and then I did 5 days of research.
It was a week and 4 days that I've taken, but you've only been here for 4 days since you were a week ahead.
Yeah. So for me, it's only been the 4 days, and this would be post research and post creating a sword. Also, Chunpo has a wooden poison sword.
Oh, that's neat. I just got this dumb rapier, which I mean, I suppose is pretty nicely made rapier.
Nice.
Can he postpone a bit of his stuff to join me for a minute?
No.
No? Well, I'll come back in a bit and see how you're doing.
Okay.
Say in 3 days or so.
Thumbs up.
Wow. Wow. And that takes 2 DTS to go back in. Now that I know the spiders.
Let's just consider it one. The one you
One.
took to get in, and one that'll take you to get out with him. So don't worry about that. I'm just trying to align everybody on the same timeline so that we don't have all this disjointed. I still have this progress and.
Yeah.
Yep. So at the end of the 3rd day, I'll end up doing that. But I will continue practicing normal punch then in this time. If you get disarmed, you got to be able to do stuff.
All right, you practice normal punch.
For
Laura, in the meantime,
58 DTS. DTA. Lar, go.
Laura's either muted or dead. Let's find out.
Am I alive still?
Yes, you are.
Good. Hey guys.
Hey guys, it's your boy here, Lar.
Yeah, did you go back into the cell, Casey?
Sure did.
Nice.
It's hard to keep track of that little spider. Like you have to really strain on saying it in the web.
Okay.
Do I have Midnight Sigh in my shadow still?
Kind of. It's like there's a tunnel, a space-time tunnel.
Okay.
They kind of poke their head through when you are like, "Hey, are you there?" It takes them a bit of time instead of immediate.
Okay.
They just kind of look at you.
Are you in one of these cells as well, Midnight?
And they kind of scratch their chin, shake their head.
Okay. Well, I don't know where my companions are, but I imagine they're also in these cells. So,
They kind of open the portal to show you where they are. They have their own training cell.
oh,
But it's made of starlight and nebula. And they've already broken out, and it looks like they've just kind of concluded, maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, some sort of gruesome battle with another contestant.
I see.
And they were wielding some sort of like starlight blades. As you can see, several embedded in the ground and the walls, several shattered and broken. They just shrug. They're like,
No, you've been busy. Oh, good. Well, I guess I'll figure my way out as well. Keep at it.
They kind of pause and they hold out a hand, and all the blades that the other guy possessed and the ones they possess, they all kind of fly over.
Mhm.
And they all form into one. Like they just merge into one starlight blade, which is now significantly more powerful.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. And they'll go over and they'll cleave the connection point from that guy's cell and their cell, and they'll just cleave it with the blade and kick it back into the void, back into space. But soon, you can almost see it off in the distance. Another cell is slowly migrating its way over, looking for a connection. You can see the bonds of fate start to weave out, latch onto the anchor points of theirs, and now it's inevitable that they will connect, and another fight will happen.
Well, wonder if that's going to happen to us too. Okay. They like, you got this, Midnight. Your little thumbs up.
They shrug again. They're gonna go back to meditating.
Okay. Talk to you soon. Huh. Well, I can't do that with my friends through my shadow. But I wonder if I can connect to them the same way I did my sword. They're not in my name, so it might be a little harder, but I know the fans of Fates are connected to us, so...
I noticed Lar and just ignored him. Did Lar notice when I probed his cell with sound?
No.
No? Okay.
Not unless you made an obvious effort to like make noise.
Okay.
On the audible spectrum in which normal people can hear.
Got it. Nope.
Thanks.
Because I didn't know what I was going to find in the cells.
Did you find anything at all?
A bunch of dead people.
Oh, okay.
And a spider in my cell. Which I'm not going to sleep until that spider is dealt with.
So, it's still within the second week. I'm going to try my way of extending my sword energy to go find Lyron or Chung Po. I'm focused on Lyron first, and kind of like do the same thing I did with my sword, but in a different way. Just following along the strands, using my sword energy as my my way to view, the same way I did the last interaction I had, to see if I can connect to Lyron, my Dao companion.
Okay. Are you using fate? Are you using the tribulation anchor that you used to help the others?
I'm using just my fate that binds, or the fate that connects Lyron and myself. Our bonds of our shared journey
You
through
can
the
see
path.
the strand that goes from the middle of your sternum, like a little
Yeah.
string, goes to the wall, and then eventually connects to the middle of his chest. And then you get to see an outline of him made of starlight.
Okay.
And you get to see the hintest of features, but it's mostly just an outline of what he's doing.
Okay. And I'll do the same thing to Chung Po to kind of get an idea of their outline, what they're doing.
I'm just punching a wall.
You realize punching walls is ouch.
I've got
Especially if you-
toughness reinforcements, and this is a normal wall.
Yeah. It's still the matter of your body is not ready for that type of impact, and your fists certainly aren't.
Well, we'll be by the end of this.
They will be back.
I'm just gonna try and yeah. So I get to see both of them. All right, they're okay. I checked on Midnight Sai. I'm gonna also check on Kunimitara, see if she's still around.
Cooney's wrapped in a different type of cell, just
Yeah.
like Midnight Sai is. Cooney is contemplating the nature of the cell.
Okay.
And occasionally racking their knuckles on it, walking around. And occasionally they reach out and dig their fingers into it after channeling some energy, and they pull a big chunk, but it doesn't come out like rock or a solid object. It comes out like taffy, and the more they pull, and then it snaps back into place and reforms into a perfect wall. And they're like, fuck.
I'm going to give her some loving words of encouragement through my bonds, just like a faint echo of "You got this."
They give you an appreciative wink. And then go back to their
Okay. I trust them to be able to figure this out. Midnight Size are doing great.
They got this, fam.
They do, exactly. That's exactly what that was. Yeah, okay. So I don't know about the hidden hazards, so I'm not going to really think about that one too much. And I already looked around the room, and you didn't give me any weird polygon things. The only other notion I saw was the hand giving food.
In your space, you have these kind of swirling little groupings of polygons, but the
Okay.
way they're translucent, it means they don't really have a footprint on the material plane. And there's these two little itty bitty groupings,
Mm-hmm.
and occasionally they will brush by you, and the energy that you had in your polygons slows.
Interesting.
Because you normally have a certain vibration to the and certain shifting and movement of your polygons. Well, whenever they come in contact with you, that area goes cold, and the vibration and the energy there shifts towards a less vibrant setting.
Okay.
Like, fucking words today are hard. Normally I can speak prose and poems, but no, not today. It's struggle to get proper words.
I have a question. My many-laid minions, are they with me here?
You can feel them, but they're in a different area.
Okay.
You said you also wanted to buy a companion?
Yes, I was thinking about buying a companion. Dave Patterson. What I was thinking was using rich background, vaulted horde as the companion instead of just buying with the 50 merit. It's just doubling it pretty much.
Okay. As a note, two things. Actually, 3 things. If you buy a Vaulted Horde here, it has a special variant, just like Poe had a special variant for where he bought his. He bought it on Bullet Hell Mountain. There was a Vaulted Horde theme there.
Yeah.
Almost completely unrelated to the actual like science lab there.
Yeah.
Here, there's also one. But if you do buy it, I will say it comes with red string and a red bow on it.
I was thinking of more of a metaphysical aspect of the Vaulted Horde to be the person instead of a actual horde.
The rich background Vaulted Horde will be a Vaulted Horde.
Okay, it can't be a person. Okay.
Cannot be a person because the amount of concentrated wealth in a Vaulted Horde condensed as an ally or person, it's basically like having another master.
Yeah.
The Vaulted Horde can have your critter that you want as a companion. Another thing for the companion, if you just buy it, I will give you one depending on where you are, what is viable. If you want to get a specific one, you got to go find it, and it has to be of an alignment that is agreeable, and then you can have a companion.
Okay.
So,
it was just the character sheet that we already had made there. I figured that would be a good water element, and I was planning to buy her eventually. I just was kind of like building up other things, but then now we have this merit here, and I'm just like, oh, I could put it towards that. And
are you talking about your other half?
Yeah, the other faded.
They are not a companion; they are a full character.
Okay.
The companion has their own character sheet, but they can't develop on their own without the main character giving them merit.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. All right.
Because companions don't generate merit on their own.
Gotcha. Let's not do that then. I think
you can have a water elemental for sure.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to get the last one of 3. Since I have Cooney and Midnight Sigh, I'm just trying to find that water element companion.
You could find someone here.
Yeah.
Also, your other half is more akin to ice, as your fire is more akin to fusion for your species. Because you are a spacefaring species, so fire and water will be found in their most extreme forms that can endure the conditions of space, which is fusion from stars and ice from water. So metal also endures, midnight-sized darkness also endures. So you would probably want an ice element instead of a water one.
Ice, water. It was mostly just the. I was making them like the same thing in a sense. Just ice being the temperature change of water.
Very different elements actually in this game. Like incredibly different. In fact, they. It's its own DAO to the point where it has its own unique elements, and they have their own unique properties that are completely separate from each other. And if you get to the extremes of ice DAO and water DAO, water doesn't turn into ice, not in the way the ice DAO is. It's too cold for water to transition to something that cold, because once you reach freezing temperature, sure, the ice can get cold, but it doesn't get near absolute zero the way ice practitioners can get that cold. So there's like a limit in the transition. Water can transition to steam, can transition to ice and stay as water, but they can't reach those extremes that those extreme elements can. In fact, instead of steam practitioners, they're called cloud practitioners. So it could rain, and it's a gas, but who knows? Very whimsical. So you could ruminate over this. The interesting parts of what is the reality of transition states of elements, ice, gas, or solid, gas, liquid, versus what the Tao and the path and the energies of heaven and earth do to those ideas, those concepts. That's something that you could research or ruminate on.
You know what? Let's ruminate on that for a week then. This be research in a sense then.
Yep, research. And I do need you to give a purpose of the research. Like, what are you trying to research about? What's the what answers are you trying to get out of and what questions are you asking?
So earthly elements and their symbiotic nature with harmony, opposition, and why am I blanking on that? What fire does to metal? It promotes promotion.
Okay. Go ahead and write out the name of the research with how much progress you want to invest in it.
Yep.
Like what's your total, and then write some details about it so we have it in chat, and then we will see where you go.
So it's not out of 1,000. It is out of 1,000, sorry, but I'm trying to. So 0 out of 1,000. So what I do is I take all the low grade elements that we retained, all 10, and I start putting them in a formation around myself. I have it set up in a star at first, and then I have light and dark on one side, and then I have order and chaos at the top and the bottom. So it's almost like a four coordinate with a star in the middle. Um, uh, the point being in the middle, which is Earth, and then there are the other four elements of wood, water, fire, and metal in those extra points of the star. And then I have wind elements that is in the middle, that is opposing the earth element. Um, and then I have light on the side of wood and fire. And then I have dark on the side of water and metal. And I'm going to ruminate on those elements and go from there, with 1,000 being my research progress that I wish to go.
Okay.
And we got those low grade heaven and earth element crystals from the blue room on the sarcophagus research station.
Okay. Anomalia? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. You break down the information that you have.
Mhm.
You have that the 5-pointed star, basically you have wood, metal, fire, water, earth.
Yes.
That particular one, which doesn't have wind on it, interacts. Have you discovered the 2 secrets about that one?
The 2 secrets.
Mm-hmm.
So promotion and it's not opposition. It's the control, promotion and control. Would that be the 2 secrets you mean? Like how some elements?
No, the 2 taboo combinations.
No, I suppose I haven't. No.
Okay. That one has a weird connection. Like as you study it, whenever fire touches water, it explodes, and you just lose progress for that roll entirely. Just
Okay.
oh shit! And it exploded so violently. You're like, where does all this energy coming from? In fact, the crystals used also exploded, not cracked.
Can I use a fate point for them not to explode?
The energy here is pretty big.
Yeah.
You could use a fate point with your fate element to be like, whoa, 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 don't come closer to each other. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is utterly wild how they interact.
Yeah. The like it was more of just a formation, like and just keep them in positions which the light, like almost like splitting them up. The
Mhm.
wind, earth, order, and chaos are like neutral aspects in this. But also since they oppose, like I'm just kind of organizing those up. But if you say they explode, then I guess I can't use the material for that. Like I made copies of these already, but I don't want to lose these elements because I only have.
Well, I'm saying you use your fate point to pull them away in time.
Yeah,
At least the crystals.
Yeah, no, 100%. We did that. I was just trying to tell you my thoughts on why I don't want to lose them because we only have one, but I have copies, recreations in the card, but I just didn't want to lose them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know.
Wood and earth, or water and earth, also have a taboo element. Water doesn't play well with 2 elements.
Mhm.
Because water, when you combine it with earth, it erodes earth and creates mud, and then it kind of drowns the mixture.
Yeah.
So it basically diffuses both elements. It's just destroyed. And you're like, what the fuck?
Okay, so two fate points there. Okay.
Yeah. So water is a kind of an asshole.
Alrighty.
Mm-hmm. But it didn't explode. At least that's nice.
So is this just from my actions of within the research of like trying to? Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's pretty strange how it goes about. This kind of transformation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, slash r 18 times 6. So 108 of 1,000. And I'm done my week.
Okay. As for the other elements, there is a much more beautiful blossom or dial of elements, which is kind of the more analytical variant, where it has the 10 core elements, and it only cares about, rather than the interaction of the 10 with each other, it only cares about the interaction between its opposite.
I kind of already knew about that one.
Yeah, and they all connect through a dial, like a center point.
Mhm.
And even the sub-elements also transect through that center point, which then creates Gaia element.
Yeah, I knew about Gaia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then
there's a really weird variant where if you take the disk from a 2D and you tilt it to a 3D form, it has two. That middle point, the Gaia element, has a stick, an axis that runs through it, and you have 2 points at the end of each of the axes. One is sympathetic, one is unsympathetic, and the elements that correspond with those have lines that also run to that one. So each of them create a triangle, and on each triangle there is it's a sliding scale, like a graph of how much unsympathetic to how much element. And the permutations open up. It is weird once you look at it as a 3D object.
Mm-hmm.
Because now it looks like a what is that? A double-sided cone? What's that called?
A cylinder?
Not necessarily, because it has a cone on each side.
Okay.
Um,
Almost like a diamond.
It's like a prism, but without flat facets. Oh, you consult the Google. Google, I don't know my advanced shapes. Help me.
It's a polygon with a certain amount of sides. Perfect.
Ooh.
I think I excel at this part of the program. If it's a polygon.
Yes. Well, if it is a geometric shape, it is a polygon.
It's called a double cone. That is so dumb.
A double cone?
Makes sense.
Yes.
I hate it. We need to come up with a better name. It is now called a Qigong machine.
No, we gotta say that for something else.
It's funny. You can also. I know which one you're talking about. I believe I'm seeing one that's also just the opposite of double cone, which I'm just like, that's just a rhombus, ain't it? Or like that's just a diamond.
The ones where the tips are touching,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have the ones where the bases are touching. And it's the one where the bases are touching, and I'm like, what is this shape?
It's a double cone.
It's a double cone, apparently. Double cone shape name. What is it called? Tell me. You rat bastards.
I think it is just called
Twin cone.
Okay.
Twin cone.
Twin cone.
I like that better.
Yeah, let's just leave it at twin cone. So it's
There's also the ice cream double cone, which is just 2 cups. You just get an extra scoop.
We can try and give it the Dow brush up of it, like glow up. It is the earthly style twin harmonic unsympathetic sympathetic double inverted cone.
Perfect.
Of elements.
Whatever. Double cone.
Double cone. Inverted cone.
Yep.
Of whatever and stuff.
Mirrored.
There you go.
Reflected. There we go. That's the more
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we had to workshop a little bit. Yeah.
All right.
Double.
Yeah, you got this 3D shape, and the way the prisms work in it, each element has its own prism, but the way you view it from a 2D shape, the prisms line up so that you only view them in a 2D setting, so they're just a line. But the moment you extend it to 3D, all of the prisms line up to fit into that conal shape.
Oh, cool.
And all of the cones have their own unique properties to them. And they're all not the same shape or size. So some of them, they're all stretched so they meet the cone, or the tip, and where they meet the base and towards the middle. But some of them are they're like stretched almost, or some of them have holes or Swiss cheese, or they look like a Swiss cheese like slice. They're all unique, every single element.
Do the 10 elements, the foundation elements, do they like meet up in like a constellation in a sense in this 3D object?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, they each have their own proper shape. So each of the main elements have their own full polygon triangle.
Mhm.
So it perfectly fits each of the 3 intersection points, but each of the shapes are unique, or the features of them are unique. It's the weird sub-element ones that are like, hey, I look like I've been stretched like taffy to fit this stupid shape, and it still isn't right. But all the 3 points still connect. I'm just not filling the space entirely. Some of them are like, I only connect on the lines. I don't have anything in the middle. I'm just an outline of a triangle. So the sub-elements is where it gets really goofy.
Right.
But it's also a representation of their behavior on this scale. Like, you'll have some more of the mass towards the unsympathetic side, but when you get towards the Gaia element, it's like, nope, I'm not touching that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. One of the elements that specifically do that is the abyss element. You know that as space, or the void of space, the nothingness element. And if you get towards Gaia, there's a whole lot of something, and it's like it wants nothing to do with a whole lot of something.
Almost like the inverse.
Yeah. It is similar to the space element, but it's different. It's more like the concept or the element of nothingness rather than the element of space itself, like the actual the element of distance. Which kind of cool.
So yeah, I'm just doing that for a week, just kind of
Okay.
kind of moving things around, getting some ideas.
So that is caught up together. Then we have 2 more weeks, and then a week that we plan out, but it'll probably be interrupted, right?
Yeah, you'll have, unless you guys do something crazy that changes my plans. Yeah, about a month of uninterrupted shenanigans.
And I had a bit more because I got here a week earlier.
Yeah, the food is still delivered to your cells, whether you're in them or not.
Yeah, I went back into my cell. End of the week, though, I'm going to go over to Poe again. Hey, Poe, are you ready to come get this spider out of my cell?
Good thing.
How many more roly-polies are on him? It's been like 4 days.
He's got about 50 on him now.
Hey, you've got a bit of a bug problem. You
gotta... Yeah.
They are easily eating all of the poisons you have in your body.
Okay, yeah.
Only like 1 in 100 keel over and die, and then the other ones eat them.
Okay, the cannibalists. Alrighty.
They're very big cannibals. But they're eating your sap. That is, it's got your personal poison. It's got the yin viper poison. It's got the nine ranchers poison, and anything else you've absorbed. They're happily munching away on it.
Since it's now where I can do things, I have Tree Buddy just devour all that are on me at this time. Especially if they're fresh and they haven't consumed any poisons yet.
Yeah, they've got poison.
But I mean, if it goes back into me, then it's still kind of a closed loop.
Well, it goes into the tree, not to you. The tree was avoiding the poisons beforehand.
Yeah, so does Tree Buddy even want to eat these things?
No, they're filled with icky poisons, and you wanted to keep the two separate, so it's like.
Here, how about this, Savalaire, or not Savalaire, Lyron? Yeah, let's just swap cells.
Oh, sure. We can just swap cells.
Yeah.
It'll take like a full DTS to do that. So
Okay.
Get a weak -1 DTS to swap.
When you swap cells, the cells have swapped.
Oh,
so the spider's back in this other cell?
Yep.
Well, that didn't work.
I think this might be one of the tests. They want to see something.
Well, I think I can take care of my spider, but it looked like it had some interesting venom on it.
I would like to get that, but I think that there's like some sort of test here about how to deal with these things, with these issues that are plaguing us.
Laren, have you informed your Dow companions of the fate of the others?
Oh, right! Everybody else is dead in this test. They failed it.
Okay, that's good to know.
There's 8 total cells. The other 5 are, well,
dead.
Not there anymore.
There, whatever remains.
Well, I suppose, yeah. They're not there, but they're not alive.
You did notice that all of their important gear is missing.
I figured. I wasn't gonna go check. It's like, well, they've obviously had access to these cells.
And it's also, let's see, the fact that you can leave and they don't seem to mind. I haven't gotten out yet, but staying here is at least where the food is.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. And, well, I'm not really sure where I'd want to go. Both directions outside these cells seem kind of spooky.
What's outside of the cells?
Rock and roll and the absence of music. Very specifically, the absence of music. A very specific genre of absence of music.
In your mind, as if your mind is conjuring the sounds of the carnival itself, but you're not hearing it. It's not physically heard. It's like this 7th sense,
similar to the thought or to the sound transmission.
Yeah, it's like the sound is not sent to your head. You are humming a tune you don't know in your own head.
So it feels like I should do that. So okay, this is the tune that should be happening but isn't.
Yeah, but your mind recreates it.
Okay.
And yeah, the lack of carnival music is what is disturbing. It's like, oh, no, thank you.
I mean, I think if we are talking about that, then I'd say I think that going towards the thing would be the better option, but...
Well, it's not carnival music. It's very specifically not the carnival music, and we're here for the sword carnival.
Yeah.
So going towards not the carnival music is probably...
counterproductive?
Yes. Or deadly. Or we'll just leave and we will miss out on this opportunity.
If you want, you can roll technicians.
I will, actually.
Anyone who's in the hallway who is hearing the not carnival music.
I guess we're probably having this conversation out in the hallway. Lars still doesn't know that we've contacted each other, unless he checks in on us every once in a while, sees us both
Lar
standing in the
does.
hallway.
He's got this little string thing going. He's like, oh, they're outside. Huh.
Like, wait.
Do you think that we're supposed to deal with the problem, or is it just an incentive to get out of the cell?
Hard to say. There's my clinicians.
Oh, I mean, I think you got that, but thought about it.
Something in your mind, like you have a couple thoughts that are yours but aren't. Just like the way the carnival music fills your mind, like you know its tune, but you've never heard it before.
It doesn't do that with Poe, I'm guessing, because he has his mental.
He also hears
psychometrics.
a incredible lack of nothing from that direction, and the sheer lack of any vibe or any instinct also puts you on edge, Poe. Like down that way is nothing whole.
And then up here is rock and roll.
But yeah, it's nothing whole. Like it's pure dark, just like it is in the hallway. But something down there is darker than pitch black, and is devoid of sound entirely. But you can think you hear in the back of your head carnival music. You think maybe
towards the nothing hole or towards the. Okay. What about the
other direction? Is just nothing. It's just rock.
Okay.
Oh, it just ends up here?
Yeah, you just go up, and I actually have a map for it. So, it's actually not too far up the way, and we'll move you this way.
That doesn't feel particularly foreboding.
Mm-mm.
I guess we could grab Lar on the way.
Anticlimactic because it's like, nothing. Why is that list so fucking long?
Oh, I was also able to contact my master, and they seem to be being pampered right now, and told me to do the training or whatever.
Oh. Huh. I'm not the only one that thinks it's very hard to do the training that isn't there, right?
It's just a test from my master.
Oh.
Well, there's nothing up here.
Yeah. Unless there secretly is. But,
oh, there's swords. Is this the nest?
Mm-mm. It feels like a nest, though, but you wouldn't know that information because that's Lar.
No, I know I wouldn't.
I think we go get Lar.
Yeah, you left Lar just inside the cage.
He noticed us walking past him.
Yeah, he did.
Hey!
Guys!
Yeah, maybe we should go get Lar.
Chill that runs through you again.
I don't know if we should continue further.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we get
We'll
back
make an awareness test here, though, to see what... Well, we're probably going back to our cells, but I suppose if we want to chat a bit...
Yeah.
Here is my awareness of this area. I can make out all of it pretty clearly. At least within my range. I'm not moving.
Only goes about a foot in.
Oh, so I can't actually see anything further than this.
Yeah. This I will extend the range that which you can see just a little bit.
Oh, I'm not trying to look into the stone. I was getting a good look at the area itself that I can see.
Well, that's part of
the effect of the awareness. Sure.
It's about as best you can see.
Do I notice my sword over there? Is this the same spot? No? Okay. It's just a bunch of swords.
Yep.
Well, I've already got one. I don't think taking those is a particularly good idea. I'll do I've got a cold feeling right now.
Of what?
Clinicians?
What type of cold?
Like you said that this felt wrong
No,
to be in this area?
Nope, it does not feel anything at all. It feels
Oh.
completely inert to be in this area.
Okay.
I still think heading towards the Carnival sounds is the right move, but I think getting Lar in
Well,
here is...
There is no carnival sounds to move towards.
What are you talking about? Towards the nothing, there was some.
The
And you
complete lack
realize
of
it
carnival
never made
sounds?
any sound at all. And you're like, did I hear carnival sounds? Did I really hear that, or was it just in my head? And if
Well,
is it real?
Well, let's go say
Yeah.
hi to Lar. I'm spooked. Don't want to touch swords.
Yeah.
Your Cynicians test Casey also.
Mhm.
Because Poe, I gave his for what he got. Yours is a lot more. The one of the major features of what you feel down towards the carnival music that isn't there is you have nowhere to go if you have to flee and you run into something or someone that is pursuing you. You have no advantage. You don't have a lot of your best gear. You don't have a sanctuary in which you can fall back to. These isolation cells, well, they're not sufficient
Just
enough.
mundane rock.
It's
Like,
thick mundane rock, but you know, a powerful sword practitioner can get in there.
well, I could break it probably, but
Yeah.
and I got out of it.
With the exception of taking your big weapons away, you're allowed to keep everything else. With some caveats here and there with some red string, but that way you don't really have a safe point to fall back to. And remember, this is kind of like this phantom idea that kind of rolls through your head. Normally, you would get a sense of, I'm not sure what type of dangers there are, and you'd kind of feel out what could or couldn't be there. But instead, you have these phantom thoughts roll through your head, like, without a sanctuary, where am I to fall back to in case things get bad?
Yep.
And you're like, those are some strange thoughts. Normally, those would not cross your mind at all.
For some reason, I'm thinking of a sanctuary that I need to fall back to. So I don't know if it's immediate death there, but that's one way forward that we probably can't go back from.
But there's no sanctuary here, right?
Well, nothing has caught sight of us yet.
But if we had to run, we have nowhere to run. Is what the
That's
thoughts
the
that you're
feeling I'm
feeling?
getting. Yes.
I mean, if that is the mindset that they want us to have, then I think that we probably should leave, as this is, at the end of the day, there is no safety here, and if they want us to seek safety, the idea is we should leave. However, I'm not sure if they're giving us food, but
in the cells.
yeah, where
We could leave. I'm not sure. For the moment, nothing has come to harass us other than those bugs that were put there to harass us.
Yeah, but I'd rather not get eaten by hundreds of these things ready to. I don't know if the idea is deal with that threat or if it's get away from the threat. I think it's
Perhaps
like
we
a
should
timer.
pull Lar out here and have this conversation with all of us.
Agreed.
I'm gonna just yoink Lar from the cell. That teleporting in. Pull him out here. Oh, hey, Lar.
You see Lar juggling some crystals. Ah, fuck! Oh, he drops them all. Oh, hey, guys!
Oh, did I interrupt? I can put you back in there if you'd like.
I mean, the damage is already done, Myron. I think we're good.
We think that there's we don't think that there's a test here. We think that the test is get out.
Summelar is just putting the gems in a space ring. What do you mean, test? Are you you're talking about the test. Haha. Yes. Have you guys talked to the Viper yet?
I have seen no Viper.
Ah, yes. There's a giant viper with swords of teeth. It's quite the interesting deity, I'd almost say. I think they're in charge of the place.
Um,
There's a rumble that goes through this place, almost like a chuckle. You're not sure if that's a confirmation or somebody who actually runs this place had a good laugh at that. You're not sure.
We found a room that was like a pit, or a nest, you could say, of swords.
Of swords, yes.
Down that direction. But
Okay.
there's also this feeling that we're getting of
An absence of carnival music. You'd expect it to be down there, but it's not. And then your expectations make a tune in your mind. Well, in my mind.
I kind of hear it too. Or at least I believe I do. As well as what was it? Well, Lyron had a feeling of
If we go that way, there's nowhere to run. No place to go back to.
Well, why don't we just stay here and work on ourselves?
See, that was what I was thinking. And they keep giving us food. And, well, I was able to contact my master, and they told me to just continue training.
Mm.
Or whatever.
There's also a test within ourselves that I think if the idea is we stay here, then we have to overcome these dangers, otherwise they will kill us eventually. I have sort of a way to deal with mine. Also, we tried to swap cells, and then the cells swapped.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, one of them was dealing with poison. I was just like, I can deal with that, but
And his was dealing with things that eat poison.
yeah. But I was of the argument that, or the way that it sounded was that we have no sanctuary here. If something big and evil were to try and break their way in, they could easily do so. So I thought the idea was we should leave and we should move forward, and the test is get out, escape, and push forward. But I'm not sure if that's what they want us to do or not.
Well, here's some information from my side. I checked on Cooney and I checked on Midnight, and they seem to be okay. Cooney's trapped in her cell, and one thing I noticed for Midnight is it seemed that it was more of a it seemed like a battle royale for the cells they were in. Each going up against other people, and I think we've already expected that to happen going forward, right? We already knew that was going to happen at the carnival. So it looks like Midnight's already in the thick of it. So if we go out now, are we going to be separated and fighting other people, or should we, if we go together, well, does that mean anything? Or should we just stay here and work on each other's, you know, positive sides to get us stronger for the upcoming fights? That's my take currently.
Well, there's a bit of information that I got while I was in the in my baptism. They said that you don't want to be behind in this training. And I assumed that it was going to be, somebody teaching us stuff. And I was a week behind because of said baptism. 5 days. So I'm wondering. I guess we are either at the bottom of the list already, or we are in the training, and if this is the training, I can understand Savalaw's mentality of stay, train, grow stronger, but I don't know what we are. It doesn't really give us an indication of what we are supposed to be growing stronger with.
Mm.
The
You
only
said
thing
there
I
was
can think of is
They didn't say your teachers had to be human.
Um, my
Oh.
my other thought I was just about to say. There were hazards in all of our rooms, correct?
individual ones that I think are tailored to us.
Perhaps
Yes.
that's the test to
Yeah,
overcome those.
I think that's something we could do. Mine is a cold opposition to myself. And what were your
No,
guys'?
it's much more insidious than that.
Yeah, yeah, like time-ish, like time, like frozen time.
No, like petrification, or like the opposite of entropy. It continues to pull energy out of you
Okay,
anytime it brushes up against you. Like your
that's what's
polygons
happening.
start to stop moving, stop
Yeah, yeah.
vibrating, and it takes a significant amount of internal energy to reinvigorate those parts of you.
Oh, does his deadly hazards training help with that? The entropy one?
It is a lot. It is a lot helping, but it's the nature of that. If you notice the trend, these hazards grow more powerful the longer you are in the cell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, the teacher was right. You're missing a week of growth to the opposition element that you're tested against. That thing has missed 5 days of feeding off of you. Whereas for the spider, it's had the full amount of time to grow the web, to start to get closer towards Lyron. And then the ghosts, these little specter things, have been, or whatever they are, have started to become more aggressive. But Lara's protection against entropy has kind of thrown them off, but they're still growing in power, and eventually they'll overcome his conditional
You could also
resistance.
use that to train that.
You could, yeah.
resistance.
It's not as good as airlocking yourself, but
Yeah, it could be eventually if they're getting more powerful.
So
it could be, yeah.
This is the thing that my race excels upon, is that now that we know our opposition, we can work together here to overcome them. We don't have to do
Right.
this individually, and then maybe that's the whole point. But why do that when we have three of us here that each excel in different things? Let's figure out a way together to overcome these obstacles they put in front of us.
Mm, there's also a mentality of these obstacles are growing because we are near them, or uh, I'm still wondering if there's I'm okay with doing this, but the aspect of the obstacles are going to keep growing against us unless we find a way to combat them.
We just don't
Maybe
need to do
that's
it
the lesson
inside the
here.
cell. Yeah.
For me, I think I haven't tested it yet because I haven't noticed them yet, but the roly-polies that are eating me, I don't know, I feel like that's as simple as just doing a death roll across them and crushing them all,
Well,
and eliminating
Jumbo,
the nest.
they feed upon your poison. Why
Yeah.
not just try and control them instead? use them as carriers for your poison, as they seem to be great at consuming.
That is an interesting thought. I am not sure that I would be able to control them, but I will give that a shot as well. I was considering whether or not I could just eat them after they eat me and cultivate, but I've been wanting to hold off on that aspect because I am right at the edge of cultivation.
Oh yes, your tribulation soon, isn't it?
You're gonna do one more.
Well,
yeah.
should we work on dealing with our hazards?
I feel like our hazards. We either conquer our hazards, or the idea is okay. It is too dangerous to stay next to our hazards anymore, and we have to go down the path of there's no sanctuary, and it's some sort of hey, you're supposed to grow stronger, but
Well, they
I'm
seem tailored to us, though. Well,
yeah, that's
my spider is just hard to perceive, and otherwise is poison. So don't.
That seems like your challenge. Is how can you perceive? Well, what I could
Well,
do
I've noticed it. It's just I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to do to it. It is infused with venom Dow, so I suppose I could, I don't know, eat it. Venomous things aren't generally, well, dangerous if you eat it.
Well, what's your int?
Way higher than it than than is needed to tell me that that's a bad idea.
Well, what is it? Because that'll determine because the higher your int, the more information I just randomly give you.
137.
Okay. That will instantly kill you.
Okay.
As if it bit you, but you don't necessarily have to beat the creature in such a way that you're killing it. The test for you is you have such an impressive perception of your immediate surroundings. Perhaps it's not you have to test yourself against the venom, but being able to see what is not easily detectable. Because the first perception you did of the room, you didn't notice this thing at all. Not even like an instinct.
Okay.
You can't see the webs. You could barely see the spider, and to keep focus on it, you have to narrow your perception to a tunnel, like a pinprick, to be able to fully focus on it.
That venom energy, it's the only reason you saw it in the first place, right?
Right. And if it didn't have the venom energy, you couldn't perceive it at all. It is not perceivable by you in any fashion.
I would like to do a spirit select with my spirit adapt pool to expand my devil vision to make it able to detect, I guess, energy specifically as well.
Sure. Or maybe it's could be even simpler for you. It's like a vibration check. It's like
doesn't even produce a vibration. That's why it's
right.
so because otherwise he would have picked it up with seismic sense.
Yeah.
But I only picked it up because I was using pinpoint sound to look at my cell on the outside.
Yep. And you'd spent the entire time checking the walls, and then one of the shoots of energy you sent through it pinged one of the connecting web strands, which created just a little bit of a ripple, which then connected you to the spider.
I'm trying to work on energy, like the relation of elements to try and combat mine.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like they're caring whether you leave the cell, but the test for enhancing yourself is still in the cell, and that's also where the food goes.
Right, exactly.
But they have a problem with you destroying the cell.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, yeah, they want to reuse these. They've been used a lot. You know how expensive this amount of granite is?
Pretty pricey, yeah. But not as pricey as like cultivation materials. So
you want to go back in, Poe?
I mean, I think that is the correct answer. But trying to think of still what they want us to do, because you're trying to perceive the spider more closely, correct?
I suppose. I also want to see if I can, I guess, make out the web, which I still can't see other than its movements on the web.
I'm trying to figure out why they. Well, I'm trying to figure out if the test is deal with the problem, because I feel like you could.
You devour poisons. They devour poisons. Maybe you're supposed to learn something from them. They were
did
eating
not give
themselves.
you a methodology of how to solve it. So it's build your own solution.
Gotcha.
You could just say, I'm done with it. Fuck this. I got out of the cell. That was my test. And I got out faster than the thing that was in there to kill me. That could be you declaring victory. You could continue to expose yourself to it. You can try and manipulate it, take control of it, kill it. Like use it as a training dummy. Like they haven't give you any like this is what you must do.
There's no caveats.
There is the don't destroy the cell. The food is always put in the cell, and the entities in there only grow when you're in there.
Oh, so they're not okay.
Yeah. What I was suggesting is we could figure out solutions on the outside and then deal with them on the inside. It's not the it's not really what they expect, but it's one way we can counteract because you both have ways of training and research that I can utilize with my current project.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I could see, or like, this is just me spitballing my solution. I could make my poison or try to create a poison that's more intense that can actually kill the thing that's eating the poisons. That is.
I think I saw some of them dying when they were eating yours. Maybe
like
you could try to concentrate.
100.
Yeah, 1 in 100 keel over, and then those guys eat.
Yep.
That guy, and those ones change shape and color a little bit, and then they go back to eating.
Yeah, they adapt. There's the option of trying to control them. I'm not entirely sure how that would work, but that would be very useful. There's throwing the entire hive into a jar, letting the strongest one get out alive, and utilizing that. There's creating the stronger poison.
Creating a goo poison is very hard. If you put the colony in there, they're more likely to all go into dormancy rather than attack each other. You need individual powerhouses, like solo predators, like a spider or a scorpion or a viper. Like those would be appropriate.
Not a colony. Yeah.
Not a colony, because they'll work together. And if there's no food, they just either die out or go dormant.
Cool. Okay.
You can, if you are able to gain control over them, make them a minion.
Yeah, that's what I was literally about to say. Like how I have my minions, which are probably in a same situation that we are. Possibly, I do not know, but I know they're around. But like, you could either use some of your evolution qigong to like provide a like the same kind of thing I do with my pheromones, or you could have it so like they the poison you make is like controlling poison, or you could
not deadly, so they're not adapting to it. They're just
find ways to combine your 1000, like when you guys talked about it earlier, like just different combinations that could provide this effect.
And it would be excellent research on those things because they're numerous and you can test on them with those.
Alrighty.
You do remember the person who you were talking to did say they would spare no expense on the talented. So whatever they're using here, probably these little test slash teachers are probably extremely expensive.
Yeah. Let's see. I recently got a montage hero, and research is something that we all have now. Is there a way that I can expand my research to ourselves?
Now that we've contacted each other, or is it if we have to be in the same cell to benefit from it? Now that we know that we're all here, can we montage together?
That's where that echoed a concept in your mind that you have no sanctuary to train in.
Oh, so it's turned off right now.
Yeah, there's nowhere to montage. There's no. I mean, you could potentially solo montage in each one of the cells as long as it's your cell.
You cannot do it together.
Okay. But out in the hallway, you have no sanctuary yet.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And I can't, for example, bring the orrery around us. Like
you can feel its connection in the hallway, but you can't. There's this red string tied to the connection.
Okay.
Like you could break quarantine, undo the string, and go up there.
Oh, I was just thinking about using the function of my like the thing I've learned, which literally spreads the orrery around us. It projects it. It's a willpower test. Instead of going to the orrery, it just projects it around us.
Still red string.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Is there Sovalar, do you have like a flashlight or something that I could see into my cell? That way I could see the roly-polies, orthopods.
Say that one more time.
My cell is pitch black and I can't see the bugs.
Outside is pitch black too.
Oh, well, fuck.
Everywhere is pitch black. There's no light.
Okay. Makes research a little difficult. I think I think I'm ready to go back into the cell.
Okay.
All right. What about you, La?
Well, I suppose I'm not really great at research, but yeah, this seems like it's something I need to overcome.
So far, the only person as well that can actually get us out of the cells is Lyron, right?
Yeah, I'm the only one who's.
And it takes him a lot of time to get you in and out. Like
because I have to find my way.
2/3 of a day to get you in and out.
Yep.
You also haven't shown Lara the other room.
Oh yes, La, come with us. See what you think.
Oh well.
This looked like.
I don't think this is the same spot that you were in.
No, it's definitely not. So I do not see a giant viper. The swords are interesting. It almost looks like a graveyard of sorts.
Maybe this is the swords of the contestants that died in the cells.
Maybe.
Psi science?
I did once already with like 10 degrees and it didn't get anything. What does the polygon in truth sight see? With these swords?
we can take a scrutiny test on that. I will expend some resource in order to do that. Let's do a science test. Assess. Sorry, not science. We're going to scrutinize with an assess. I'm going to apply even further beyond, and then I'm also going to apply 52 or 58, sorry, key for 290 plus. That's 74 degrees.
You feel a connection. 3 of those swords have a connection to the people you are, like yourself and the other 2 in the room. It looks like several of the other connections died out. They're just hollow things now. Sword vessels, empty ones. But there are 3 sword vessels that are connected to you, and then there are 4 sword vessels that have breath and sharpness in them, but they haven't been put to the test. They haven't been shaped or controlled.
Oh.
Should we take those?
Well, there's 2 things of note. One, I think these are representations of ourselves. Taking them out might have. I mean, this is just an assumption, but I feel like taking them away might be problematic. But there
You'd
seems
have
to
to
be.
get closer to figure out more.
Yeah. Savalaire will venture in closer.
Okay. You also feel a drag as you're walking in. There is a heavy but very thin string that goes all the way out towards the no-no door, the abyssal hallway, and you can feel that this is a fated interaction, and it will happen eventually, not soon, but something is going to come down that hallway. And you can tell by the color of the string as it gets closer, or when it's on its way. Something is going to come down that hallway, and you don't have your good swords. You have your basic equipment, but a lot of your best stuff is tied with
Sealed.
string.
Yeah.
And those things you can feel, if you are not ready, that thing or things coming down that hallway will be to test if you live or die.
Right. So
by your 74 DOS, you're probably thinking about 6 months.
Right. So I think that these are currently what's one way to describe it? Let's say they're little Sava and Deva inside their Deva and Sava parents. Think of them like little babies. And that's eventually, as we grow and stronger, we can utilize. And I think they're going to be our only way to fight against what's coming from that abyssal door. So, in about 6 months, I think we need to have our swords prepared in order to fight against this entity. That's my take.
Should we take them now?
No, I think they need to cultivate. They need to grow. I think that's. I think if we take them away, they won't have their opportunity to be grown in this womb, I suppose. But there's also other ones within this that are have died, but there's some that are also grasping for air. So there's still some live swords out there, and I don't know where they might be. I could follow where those strands are leading towards, I suppose.
I don't know if that's a smart idea. That might make whatever it is you're saying is coming come faster.
Oh no, not that. I mean the not the one that's leading towards them. I mean the swords that are still alive but barely.
How many of those swords are there?
There's ours has 3 are there.
There's 3 of them that match your heartbeat. There's 4 that are unattached. They're alive-ish, but they lack purpose and they lack ownership, and they're untrained and they're lacking energy. And then there are 5 that are completely inert and empty vessels. So 12 total. Almost a mockery of the 12 Sword Tower.
Huh.
You said there was no one else alive in the cells?
That is correct. Various hazards consumed them.
Gosh, that's a lot of DOS. So I'm gonna give you, because did you open your Eye of the Sava?
I will open my Eye of the Sava, sure, for my day use.
Yeah. Looking at these, this particular area, if you move the swords in their current state, they will crumple.
Yes, I don't want to take away. What I was thinking is I could use the feedback loop of where the strings are connected to, like our heartbeats, and figure out where those other individuals are, those 4 unattached but alive, and have
they have no string. They're just untethered swords.
Untethered swords. Interesting.
So there were 8 that were tethered, 5 that are still, or 5 that are not. Mixed it around. 3 that have a connection.
For us 3.
5 that no longer have a connection, and 4 blank slates. In the room, you can pull the sword out as long as it has a connection to yourself and use it in this chamber.
Right.
But if you take it outside of this chamber, even in towards the isolation cells, it will crumble in your hands.
Right. We don't want to do that.
This is a cradle.
Yes.
Of some kind. The inert swords, the 5, if you touch them at all, they will crumble. Unless you give them something.
Yeah.
You would probably have to fork over cultivation to do it. You'd have to give them enough that they could survive on their own. And you could either bind them to yourself as an additional weapon, additional sword, or you can turn it into another blank slate. You're not sure the purpose of the blank slate, but they are almost as important, you feel, as training your own sword. They serve an entirely different function than the linked swords or sword. But the blank slates are, something about them screams they are integral to your survival going forward. The inert ones are costly to maintain without somebody attached to it, but you could turn them into blank slates. If you bind them to yourself, that is a declaration of what style of swordsman you are. If you have 2 swords, you're a myrmidon, you're a dual wielder. If you have 3, you're a weirdo. But you know what? Go for it. If you have 4 and you don't have 4 arms, that means you're probably a sword array specialist. So the number of bound swords determine your sword style at the Sword Carnival. There's no wrong answer. You can do 8. If you don't have 8 arms, that's weird, but yes.
Killer bee.
Is Lar going to explain this?
Yeah, I was just processing.
Okay.
So
no problem.
Like I said, there are 3 that are attached to us. It looks like there's 4 that are unattached, but we can utilize, like we can take in with ourselves if we want to have more than one sword. And then there's 5 that are inert. But what we could do is we could make them also like the other 4. And we can use those other 4 for ourselves. What I'm seeing here, though, is I guess how many swords do you want to have? That's 1. I don't know what I should do for myself. But yeah, Savalera will just explain the differences between all 3 and what we can do with the other 2. But it's a cost of resource within ourselves to either A, make them uninert, or B, bind them to ourselves. Just
For the blank slates, you do know, Lar, that, as I said before, they're integral to your survival, but they're not meant to be wielded.
right.
You're not sure why. But they're as essential as the ones you do wield.
Right.
The
So
sorry to ask, the blank slates are the ones that aren't attached to us, or they are?
Or not.
They are not. Okay. And they are
They
essential
wouldn't
to
be
our
blank
survival.
if they were attached.
Make it sure.
Yeah.
So
I will mark the ones with color.
yeah, good call.
Who wants what color?
I'll take red for fire.
I'll take purple.
It's like white.
Bright red or dark
Poison.
red?
Bright red. Nice.
Yep. Change my color.
Just like my hair.
What's your color?
White.
Lara? White. All right.
3, 6,
So the ones with,
9.
I'm gonna say blue, are your blank slates,
Right. The other 4.
and the ones that aren't are your inert ones.
Okay. And inert is nothing. We can't do anything with it. Completely gone.
No, we can. Like Matt said, we can put our resource into that sword to make it blue.
Yeah. If you touch them and don't immediately transfer a part of your cultivation into them, they crumble in hand and they're destroyed forever.
Is it influence that we have to give them?
Yes. And if you are lacking in influence, this is a terrible place to cultivate influence without resources. At least for now.
Gotcha.
This place has a influence deficit of minus 250 when you cultivate for influence.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You know what? Maybe I won't be.
And if you have negative rolls, like if you have DOF, you lose that much of cultivation.
Okay.
And yes, you can drop realms.
Oh.
So
I kind of want to give some of my influence for one of those.
Savaler is going to go up to the blank slate here and give 50 of my influence to it.
The inert or the blank slate?
The white inert.
The white's mine.
Sorry. No, I didn't
one?
mean white. I meant like unhighlighted color is what I meant.
Yeah,
the
just
dead
the gray
ones?
ones.
Yeah.
50? Do you want it to be yours or you want it to be another blank slate?
No, I want to make another blank slate.
Done.
Okay, I'm going to subtract 50.
It thrums with possibility. Do you want to give it a purpose? You gave it enough influence that you can give it a purpose.
I don't know what I would do for a purpose in a sense.
You are the only one with sword power here.
Mm-hmm.
Not all swords are meant to be swung. Some swords are meant to be admired so that you may take inspiration. Some edges, in the way they gleam, gives you ideas of sharpness. Sometimes you need not even swing a sword to see its beauty and the way it could be moved through 3D space. And this all just kind of rolls through your mind as you have like a waking daydream of what this sword could be in this sword cradle.
Okay. I think I will draw upon influence from the sword is a lie. From the first moment of clarity that I received from Student Master. And yeah, just that the sword is a lie.
Okay. All right. One of your swords has been imprinted. Anyone who wishes to study in this chamber, if you study upon that particular one, the sword is a lie, and you can ruminate on its ideas. It is only a tier 1.
that might give you guys the possibility for breaking open another stage.
Sure.
I have a question about what it means to imprint onto one of those swords, and what I could imprint at this time.
You haven't done the action. I can't give you any information until you do something.
I don't want to be wrong. Can I do an intelligence check to see if the way that I'm thinking of it working could work?
Maybe. You can try and give it a thunkin'.
Alrighty. Intelligence. Great. Okay. I want to see if I can put influence into it, but then put gravity. I wanted to see if I could create a gravity sword and do
Oh,
wield
put some of your
like
qigong
that.
through it as well. Okay, spend that resource just like we're spending our cultivation.
Yeah.
It is qigong. I don't think that's
Is that, I'm assuming that's burning it if you do that, though.
It will. If you put any resource in this, it is taken from you. It's stripped. So if you want to give it gravity qigong, it will permanently reduce the gravity qigong you possess, but it will put it in the sword.
Gotcha. Also, did I get my after, since a day or so has passed since the baptism, did I get my qigong back, or is that still at
Yes,
0?
you'll have your full qigong.
Okay.
All of your resources are restored. You have completed the baptism. In fact, if you wish to, you can convert all of your ki that is unassigned to an element, and all of your qigong unassigned to an element to poison if you'd like.
Okay.
Or keep them as is. You can change any ratio, one-time offer, for now. So if you have ki and you're like, I want them to be poison ki. You can convert any number, even 0. Same with qigong. They do have to be unassigned, so you can't convert a gravity into a poison, or a poison into a poison gravity.
Gotcha.
You can also turn any of your narrative points into poisoned narrative points.
Oh yes.
You can also do the same for any fate currency you have that is thresholded or unthresholded. And you can also do that to your protagonist point. So, go wild. Or don't.
Go ahead.
Let's see. I don't think I'm going to be using solar qigong because I still have that, but originally I think I had it to where I sat in the sun and regained health, but now I don't really need to do that. I also have
Who is going to be the Sword Cradle data manager? Because I only want one person touching the hand up.
I can.
All right, Johnny has volunteered. At the very top, Sword Cradle.
The fact that I want to go into the Black Hole Viper, I want to keep my gravity and grab Addict's key. If anything, I want to also learn how to expand my gravity qigong because it's pretty low. And I don't exactly want to poison the one protagonist point I have.
You don't have to. It's all available. It just it doesn't poison it for you, because remember, poison lust allows you to eat any poisoned resource for a permanent buff if it's of a specific grade. So if you find a special variant fate point, poison it and then eat it, you permanently lose that fate point, but you might get a permanent buff instead.
Wait, so I could poison and then eat my protagonist point?
Of course.
Suggestion. This is blasphemy coming from Lar, but I will make the suggestion as a player. You could poison your no fate point, and you probably get a very large boost of something cataclysmic.
Poison your the cancel.
Yeah, the cancel.
The fate
Oh.
point cancel.
Yeah, any fake currency cancel kind of deal.
Mhm.
That's just an option.
Yeah, like Laura's right. Anything that I canceled with the 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs poison, or 5 ambitions, anything that was suppressed and was constantly being drained when it comes back, you can poison it. So it has the poison element, and it never works negatively for you. Even if you use a negative or a poison fate point, it doesn't poison you anymore. It just heals you on use. Because if you read the Word document, anytime you absorb poison, you heal. Certain ones can also just trigger another bout of regen.
Nice.
They all have bonus effects in addition to their original function, now that you're a poisonless cultivator.
What I would see happen is if you do the no fate point, whatever they use is kind of used against them. So, example, if they use a greater wish or like finality's bane or something, they would kind of go the opposite direction, maybe in that sense.
Either that, or it becomes a wish with conditions, kind of like instead of a genie's wish, it's a
Monkey's paw.
Djin's wish.
Yeah,
It's like you get what you want, but you have no hands.
yeah, it's poisonous. It's it's and that
A
might
monkey's paw.
Yeah, monkey's paw. Yeah.
just things like that nature.
I think that's so. I will wording it as poisoned avoidance of fate. I will go ahead and do that because that just sounds like it makes it stronger. And eating.
Yeah.
Or well,
I mean, if you poison all your key, anytime you use key, you heal 1 health every time you use a key that's poisoned. Like, it gets nuts. I told you this was going to be a growing cyclical thing, and the more questions you ask about, hey, what about this interaction? I'm like, well, turns out it actually buffs you instead. So that's where the devour element comes in. It's really far-reaching, and it's only beneficial. You just have to keep up with your hunger meter.
yeah, that's also. Hang on, that's. And then it went away, bastard. Okay. The hunger meter. I haven't had any pills, or like I've had the regular pills. I haven't had any mundane poison pills yet.
Through the vaulted book slot, little Lord Keeper will send you daily pills.
Okay.
They're mundane poison, and they're enough to feed you every day. But you have to eat them, otherwise you fall behind. You have a wealth factor of mundane poison pills.
Okay.
And they'll probably just feed you the first 100 that you made, the 90 unlethal and the 10 lethal poisons.
Yep.
It's time to eat those.
Nice.
So they're going to give you 3 a day. You are able to store up to your toughness bonus in devoured poisons. Then you have to take a rest scene to process them. And then you get all of that influence on all the bonuses all at once. Which is why devour practitioners are terrifying, because they eat a big meal, go sit in a corner, and go, I'm just gonna food coma this, and then you watch them burn through 4 lesser realms into a major realm in one go. But
Gotcha.
they're food driven.
Very hungry.
And once you go up to the next rank in Poison Lust and or a major realm, your food requirement goes up.
Gotcha.
So that's where it gets difficult.
While we are here, you said something about influence and like there's a deficit of minus 250
to roll to cultivate.
To roll to cultivate. Okay.
You don't roll to cultivate. You just eat, perform a rest action, no roll required.
Okay. So, all right, that means very soon I'm going to be hitting gold because I only need one, and even the mundane poisons will give me 10 influence, but also
Mhm.
I'll need 10 degrees of success.
This is also your time to, if you don't want to go to gold right now, put your influence into one of the swords.
Yep, that's why I'm thinking about it. I'll go ahead. I kind of want to create a black hole sword. So
The influence you gain is poisoned, remember?
yes,
So if you put your influence in there, it will have a poison element. Also, what would a black hole sword do? Do you even have black hole powers?
not yet, but I do have gravatics and I have push pull.
You do have push pull, but do you know the missing concepts behind a black hole? You have the idea that it exists, but how does it work?
It's a massive gravity entity that if you hit an event horizon, you will not escape its gravatic pull.
You're also
Uh,
missing mass.
yes.
So
Well,
something
any
to think on.
massive. Yes.
Could be
But you have
really
a lot of
heavy.
time, and you have a lot of vessels. So, yeah.
Think on it.
Okay.
All right.
I would like to put influence into my own blade.
Okay. What are you doing?
Going to be
How much?
putting 50 influence, a martial sound enlightenment.
Go ahead and put it in chat so that Lara can
Yeah, I'll copy
know
paste.
it, and then put it in. Because each of these will be pretty important.
If it is also, if I only have poison to work with, I will also put influence into my purple sword there, and put as 50 influence as well.
All
And
right.
what's the other cost? Lyron, you were saying that you were putting something else in there besides influence.
I'm putting a few things in there.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back. Probably like 10 minutes max. You guys continue on this, and then I'll
Okay.
put stuff in the sword cradle.
If you put resources into your own sword, it is a transfer, but you still, as long as you wield that sword, it is still part of your character sheet as if you didn't transfer it. But if you ever let go of the sword, it has those resources instead.
Okay.
So if you put 2 Qigong in it, you still have the 2 Qigong, well, like ready to go while it's in hand. But if you ever set it down, that Qigong's with the sword. So all of these vessels are permanent transfers.
Yep. Well, some of these things aren't really like resources that I'm going to be using. I'll be doing that. I guess, yeah. Try to get as tuned to the Tao and Taiji as possible with that. Actually, and I will use a. Don't I have? Yeah, I'll use my Schrodinger's Martial Insight as well as a Taiji Martial Insight and put that in there.
Lyron, can I ask you some questions?
Yes.
So, besides the influence, why are you putting those things? Because I can understand the influence, especially if you're like at an edge where it's just like, okay, well, I don't want to go into the next level of cultivation quite just yet in this area.
I want the sword to grow more into a form that is, I guess, harmonious with my Tao. So if you influence it this way, I figure it will be far more in tune with what you're trying to do otherwise on your character.
Okay, so if I'm going for poisons with this specific sword, then
Keep in mind, I put a lot into this sword, so
yeah.
you don't have to do like because martial enlightenments, I'm guessing only have like one.
You get martial insights far more often because they're the
Yeah.
clues. But enlightenments are both clues and an improvement or an upgrade or refinement or an alteration. Like they're kind of
really good.
They're kind of really good, yeah. It's basically like a 5 to 15 merit tweak.
Gotcha.
And this one's flavored towards sound, so I figure
It's more on the 15-point range as long as it's on the sound DAO for use. So yes, very expensive investment there, but it could pay off.
Alrighty.
When you do transfer that, you have given the sword, your bound sword, enough life to be able to be wielded. You still can't take it out of the cradle, but you can at least wield it in hand, albeit barely.
and can I shape it in any way while doing this?
Not yet.
Okay.
And the scary part is these are stone swords. They're not iron.
Okay.
Which is really fucking weird. The question is, Lyron, due to your cynicians, because that's one of the things you've been really leaning on, do you have absolute control over what resources do in the vessel, or do any resources you put in the vessel, can it just arbitrarily be used by the vessel?
That's why I put the Enlightenment and the Martial Insight in to, I guess, direct how it is going to be used.
As in, it will take direction from what you give it, or you will be the conductor for all advancements?
As in, I will be the conductor.
Okay.
I don't have a way to link it to my suit. Actually, can I make a or I would like to use, not infuse, the sword with a
transformation?
Yeah, with a sound insight to figure out how I could direct it to use that better.
Use the suit better or the sword better?
To have them, I guess, mesh together. To harmonize with each other.
The insight will tell you you will have to cultivate this sword to the point where it is synonymous with the tier of relic as the object you're wielding, the suit.
Okay.
So if you were to consider it on a scale of 1 to 10, your suit is a tier 5 relic in its current state. This is not even a tier 1. It is completely incompatible, and it would actually severely damage the suit if you tried to wield them in tandem. The insight will tell you, though, if you utilize the suit on the sword, not wield it, meditate on your sword while it is in the cradle, meaning you've put the tip down into the ground, you can use the suit's systems to refine that sword as long as it's capable of having pure energy run through it or pure sound run through it.
Which the waveform Qigong.
It's not sufficient enough. The sword is still part stone. You would have to invest significantly more energy and more resources to have it undergo a transitional change from matter to something else. Maybe a different state of matter, that like crystal.
I'll use 30 points from my energy pool max as sound to put in here as well.
That's permanent.
Yes, it is, and that is a large amount of my energy pool.
Okay. It will try to use the tribulation and the enlightenment when you expose this. Do you allow it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It'll consume both of those. It'll turn into a cerulean blue crystal sword.
Okay.
One of its major features is whenever you use a energy ability, it refunds one back.
That's good. Real good.
Which also triggers off of the thing that says when you spend X amount, get 2 back.
Yep.
It also triggers off if you were to spend, say, 10 energy, it refunds 1 back, in addition to having it completely refunded.
Well, it keeps my suit charged at that point, which is
Yes, it does.
good.
It is now a tier 1 relic.
Better be with 20% of my hit points.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we have done stuff.
Yep. This sword, while in stabbed into the ground, basically in the lodged into the cradle, will provide 1 buff to everybody whose sword is also allied in the cradle of your choice as a tier 1.
Oh. I guess montage hero right now.
You have
Does that
not
work?
built a sanctuary yet. That is what is required.
Oh, you're right. I can do it on myself. So even if I was providing the buff, they can't.
You
use
could
it.
have it so that you can receive the montage requirements for a training environment, but it would only be for yourself. But if you were able to make a sanctuary out of this place, you could have it apply to everybody. But the sanctuary would do that itself.
Yep.
It does have to be flavored based off of the type of sword you built. So it could be, it creates a relaxing tone that gives people extra progress, or if they meditate on it, they can generate insight, or there's a lot you can do with it.
Something with harmony then.
Hmm?
I'll have to think on that for a minute. Poe, what are you doing?
Well, I'm thinking. There we go. That's all I'm giving for right now.
Okay.
Use this.
Purple sword, poison.
And 3 Qigong. And that takes away from my max, correct?
Yep, max.
Cool.
But as long as you have it in hand, it counts as having it.
Gotcha.
No. Question again. Do you, once you imbue this sword with energy, do you, any resource you give it, like Qigong or Enlightenment or Insight or like a Tribulation charge, do you want to be the conductor of what it may or may not use those resources for? Or do you just let it evolve as it chooses?
So you're saying, like, do I want to be the person in charge of how the Qigong is used and how it grows?
So your personal bound sword, any resources you put in it, the way you sculpt this blade is either it will use whatever resources you give it as it undergoes the potential for change or upgrade. It will then, me the GM, will just give you upgrades, but it will choose what it gets. Or whenever there is a potential change, it will ask you, I want to do this thing, and then you get to say okay.
I would heavily put in the concept of the better efficiency with poison. What I created the wooden sword do with low. I would say that would be the most beneficial aspect to add to this sword.
Well, you get to write down what you put into the sword, including instillments of ideas, imprints. But I'm asking here, does it get to choose as in the GM gets to choose what resources that you put in there get used and how, or do you get to pick what every resource does?
I'll say the GM because I'm not entirely. Besides just the influence in the Qigong, I'm not sure.
Okay, you can leave it so that the sword evolves based off of the principles you install or instill, and then it'll follow your guidance unless a bigger guidance comes along, and then it follows that. But if you leave it to grow on its own, just like any plant, it'll grow as the environment dictates. Which could be it produces wild, crazy effects that you didn't even think could happen. But again, you don't get to control it. But it only grows as much as you put into it.
Gotcha.
And how much you wield it. So, or you can go Lyron's route where everything is permission based. Or everything is, it doesn't get to grow, I grow it. So, architect versus farmer. Yeah, if you're an architect, the building does fuck all until you give it more resources, and then you use those resources to build more of the building. The farmer gives land, water, nutrients to the plant, and the plant grows. You can still kind of nudge it, but it grows on its own. That's the difference.
So I guess I want the sword to provide clarity of mind, like focus to those around them.
All right, put that in chat, and then put the mechanical effect of that.
Clarification on my side for you, Casey.
Yep.
This all was put into your sword, correct? 50
Yes, it's put into my sword.
I figured as much. Just wanted to clarify.
He has upgraded the sword to a tier 1 sword relic. And he can now pull the sword out of the cradle. He can't leave the cradle room, but he can pull it out of the cradle and have it in hand. He has reached that stage. And it has taken on a crystalline structure instead of stone. A deep blue. So it is currently the highest level sword in the cradle.
Right.
Yep. So, Casey, once you have written out what you want your sword to provide to the cradle and what the mechanics does, put in parentheses next to it the predominant trait, which means there are no contesting traits of equal power. So this is the most powerful of the traits.
Do I want to do that then? Like that? I don't know what sort of bonus.
What do you want it to be? The predominant trait?
It'd be like a bonus to progress for research, and then for activities that don't need progress, it's just a flat bonus. But I don't know how much a tier 1 would give.
Tier 1, it's used the Defiance charge, it's used the Waveform Qigong. It has the 30 sound energy. Yeah, so we'll do new research gets a
Hoping for a fat bonus. We'll see. And does that apply to people in their holding cells right now as well? The cradle's connected to that, right?
Not until you have built this place up further. Like you need to be able to extend the cradle's influence down the hall.
Okay. Has it extended at all with like? Let me make a Cynition's test when this has improved itself.
All energy or all bonuses from the swords are limited to the cradle and to a declared sanctuary territory. So until you've built your sanctuary, none of this stuff leaves the cradle territory, which is this innermost portion.
Guys, I feel like we were supposed to have a bigger team, and I think they died.
Maybe.
This is like our home base. Sword equals lie.
Yep, that's one of the blank slates. No longer blank. Sword equals lie.
Yep.
All right. Each new research track related to the sword, sound, or energy gets an insight. Every time. Anytime you build a new one, you get an insight towards that track. You also get plus 15, doubled, from it being the predominant trait, for research progress regarding the sword, sound, or energy.
Okay. And the Taiji is not part of that?
Taiji allows anybody to do it.
Okay.
So even if you have a conflicting Dao, the Taiji still allows you to perform research on these things. You may take a penalty, but you also get the bonus. So Taiji allows others to learn about the sound Dao and energy.
Well, that's useful. And we'll see what the second portion is. Well, Lars researching energy right now, so that's helpful. If he's in this area.
Yep.
Okay. What about the second portion of the activities that require concentration? For non-research.
That's where the insight comes from. You have such high concentration, you get an insight every research track.
Ooh. Okay.
So
that's
if
good.
you're like, I do a 13-step process to create this new sword technique, you get an insight for each of the 13 steps for free.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the concentration. And as you grow the sword, the predominant trait grows stronger as long as it's the most predominant sword in the cradle. So it'll be hard to beat yours. The investment you put in there was really large, but the amount of resources you will get could be pretty sporadic. Maybe you guys all pool resources to build up one of the blue swords as the predominant sword. So the downside is normally I'd give you a damage profile for each of your swords, but one of the blue swords says swords are a lie, so they're not swords, they're sticks. Yours is a crystal stick, and the sticks don't really have a damage profile above 1d10. It's like the best stick you can get next to the the crazy stick Johnny has. So,
which is still a 1d10, by the way.
still a 1d10. So all swords have a 1d10 because swords are a lie and they're really just sticks. But anyone who walks in, he's like, dude, you should see this sword. It is so sharp. That's a sharp stick. Fuck!
Okay.
Yeah, so. That's what you guys are rocking.
I think we should figure out. I think I'm starting to understand what's going on here. This is home base of sorts, I think. And in 4 months, that thing is going to come and attack us.
6.
6 months.
6 total months from the beginning. 4 months left.
Okay.
So our goal is to expand the sanctuary area.
Yeah. Grow your swords, train yourselves, survive the first wave of trouble.
Once when we figure out a bit more and get our place protected, we might be able to start venturing out, and presumably there's more places like this. Maybe this is how it's set up, and we need to go capture other people's swords. So we might want to devise a way to, I don't know, take these swords out of the cradle safely so we can do that with other people's swords.
Yeah. Could be just that. It could be a child's game of capture the flag, or because you got to protect your own flag, which you have many of, and you have a home base, which you can design, and you got to go get other people's flags, who are also trying to do the same thing as you. It could be that childish. But that doesn't explain the carnival thing. So,
Well, carnivals are games. Well, have games. Perhaps this is just one of the games in the carnival. Mr. Voice in the Sky.
that is a disembodied reggae space boys, thank you.
Regardless, I think we need to protect these.
Agreed.
Your Cynations tells you that the blank slates, the one that Lar was talking about, the blue ones, those are commonality rules. Since it's not owned by an individual person, they can still be the predominant if you upgrade them high enough, but they are a commonality rule of the cradle. You don't raise swords anymore. Swords are a lie. You raise sticks or things that cut and stab.
I've got a tuning fork.
You have a tuning fork.
Tuning stick.
So it allows you to raise objects that aren't swords. They need to be able to cut and stab. But you could raise a tuning fork. You would have to turn one in from one of the inerts. But
does this work out really well for Chung Po's stick now that he was going to make?
Yeah, as long as it is sharp and can cut, then it is a sword.
But it's not a sword, because that's a
but
lie.
It's not a sword, because swords are a lie. And that you've instilled a rule in your cradle.
Sorry, guys.
50 influence. I don't know. I feel like that's a good thing. It makes it harder for other people to deal with it.
It's still a tier 0 sword effigy.
I don't know if we want it to...
No. Lyron's sword is a tier 1.
Which I think we want as tier 1 right now, because plus 30 progress for sword research sounds really nice.
Yep. So the crazy part is it's not powered enough to reach a significant tier. It's still tier 0, but it is active. And against swords that are the same tier.
Wait, so is my sword still a sword then? Since it's tier 1?
Do you wish for the predominant sword to be affected by the rule?
Yes, because I wasn't trying to make a sword out of this sword.
Then it is. If you have a higher tier sword than one that has a rule, you can choose to have it apply. But if you choose, that's what you picked. No one doing it.
Yep. That's what I choose.
So it is not a sword.
It is not a sword.
But that also means if people walk in and you say your sword effigy of the sword is a lie is a tier 5, and people walk in with sword relics that are 4 or less, they're not swords.
Which might mess up whatever philosophy they have.
Right. So these effigies not only can be offense or defense related for the cradle, because if you have raiders who come in with really strong sword relics, it's like, well, they're not really swords, and well, we have a lot of really sharp objects,
and you just have sticks,
because you don't understand that a sword is a lie here, and you can use that methodology to defend and also attack. But it's all about relic rank. So a lot of possibilities open up because you have a lot of blank slates and you have figured out how to preserve the inert ones without losing them. Because if you guys started touching the swords before you figured it out, you could have lost 5 inerts and you would have been down to 7 total swords. And that would have been catastrophic.
We've solved it.
Downside is, if you have all 12 swords active, that is a ton of resources you're going to need. An absolute mountain of resources you're going to need to raise 12 swords to any tier of note.
Yeah, Matt, I'm going to purchase Rich Background now. I think that's a good time.
Okay.
Vaulted Horde for 100 merit.
Okay.
I'm going to put it into Spirit.
Okay. I did warn, it comes with a red string.
Yep, I figured.
But there is an imbuement altar that you can access.
Okay.
You're not sure what that does, but you do know that you can put a sword in it and it imbues it with something. But you're not sure of the process, so it's some sort of relic you can use. You do know that if you build the sanctuary, you can build what is called the treasury or the vault, and that will pull the red string off of everyone's vaults, as long as you have a section in the sanctuary devoted towards wealth. But how to do that?
Good insight to get, though.
Yeah, which means that the red string for Poe's Vault will also come off if you build this area. But not sure what to do. You also have like no space here.
There's a space in the waveform sword's name and the poison sword's name.
I mean, in general, like there's space. I'm like in the area around you.
I was being intentionally obtuse. My bad.
Of course. Yes, of course. The GM's weakness.
Stupid players. You encounter your weakness a lot.
Just being obtuse. It's just like, I'm doing this on purpose, and I'm like, that went over my head. God damn it.
Nothing goes over my head. My reflexes are too quick. I would catch it.
Love Drax.
Everyone loves Drax.
He is an oblivious practitioner if you were to translate him over.
Oh yeah. So I guess let's get back to our cells and deal with our individual issues. I'm beginning to think that perhaps we shouldn't destroy them. This is supposed to be a sanctuary.
I think this is we have to... With mine, I'm wondering if I need to pump more out as well to mitigate how many there are, literally feeding a village, or create stronger poisons where they just can't survive it, or controlling them and getting a minion. But I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work, but I will find a way.
Sure enough. Back to our cells for 18 minutes. Or longer, depending on what people are doing. Unless Lar wanted to do more with his sword. He's gone.
Lar,
right?
did you want to try and do something?
I've been thinking. I was thinking of putting one of my sword energy into the waveform sword
Ooh.
of Lyron's.
Sword energy is a permanent loss from self. You don't get sword energy back. You can't regrow it.
Well, I would get it if I was holding it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not something because I've lost all my sword energy before, right? When I
You
reforged my
damaged your sword energy.
You damaged your sword vessel before it
Okay.
became completely destroyed.
Right.
A professional who is basically almost an intent crafter, like
Yeah.
a diamond tier, he put that back together for you using the craziest methodologies.
Gotcha.
And he was also able to prevent sword energy loss, which is what every swordsman is trying to prevent. Because your
Right.
sword energy is part of your sword Tao.
Yep. Okay.
Um,
Ooh, we could put a convergence into it because it's Taiji in
You
nature.
could. You would also want to put a convergence of the opposite nature in it. So
Yeah,
2,
we'd have to do 2.
which
Because
would
we
be
already have the
silly
Taiji nature.
because it would do really goofy things to 1s and 100s.
You should do it. Lyron, do you have any left?
We had them on the orrery.
Chung Po,
But-
do you have any left on your person?
One more time. Any leftover what?
Do you have any
Convergences.
convergences?
I don't think I do. Let me double check that.
Well, you'd have to get access to the orrery again, which might.
Yeah, that's why I was not going to do it myself. Because all my cosmic resources are there too, so I don't have any access to that.
Yeah, as far as I know, the last convergence I had was giving it to my pen pal. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. All the convergences are on the ship. Yeah, I don't have any. It says convergence, but it doesn't have a number next to it. I think I removed it.
I
I
thought
do not
Chung
have
Po
convergences.
had some left on his inventory sheet, but if he does not, then that is the case.
let's see.
Confuse it with some Eternium. That's from the really powerful bullet hell mountain.
Yeah, we
things.
still have those. We still have those. We could put a Marshall coin in.
Ooh, wait. People might not think about that. And that's neutral energy.
As long as it can go into the sword and not explode.
You feel the winding of a viper. Good
Oh,
idea.
he doesn't like that.
You will need to learn the methodologies of crafting with Marshall coins. This will be a high-level technique. Hoard your Marshall coins for the moment. You will need one to compete at the higher levels. Whether it's a wielded blade or a sword effigy, your choice. But you are not yet learned in the ways of sword sculpting with Marshall coins. But I do like to foster brilliant talent. Your ideas are advanced.
He also probably started doing stuff with the swords far before.
They will
most
give
people did.
you all a sword and martial enlightenment for your good ideas, but not yet. Hoard those resources. Try and get some from others before they figure out their value.
Okay.
So go ahead and everyone add a martial enlightenment for the sword.
That's quite good. I realize I also have Martial Enlightenment for Artifice. That's
You do,
solid
and they
as well.
didn't say you couldn't perform artifice.
Yep.
Your communicate token does work with Aethrum.
Oh. No red string around that.
You can't go to them, but you can talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to them. Hey, Aethrum! We were kidnapped!
I know.
Unfortunately,
They're trying to
I'm
get
not
me
gonna...
to fix everything here. So I'm charging very big buco bucks for that type of treatment. But,
Oh, good. I won't be able to go to that store and buy stuff, I don't think.
They got fancy stuff here too.
Oh, good.
Be careful, disciple. This place is dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. My martial master just told me to do the training or whatever.
Of course they did. All right. Well, it looks like even with the negotiated preferential treatment that I've built up, I only get a once a week phone call with you. So you'll need to build an artifice effigy if you want me to be able to further assist or do some sort of, I don't know. They have some really, really weird rules for this place, and it's imprinted into the very essence of this place. So it's not like they can't give permission. It's the rules prevent it, and it binds everybody. So for any level of help or access, you either have to build it or grow it. Within the realm of the rules. But yeah, if you need assistance from me, or if you want to be able to communicate more often and longer, because I get a 5-minute phone call with you once a week. That is what I've negotiated with my own access.
Sure enough.
Yeah. Getting access directly to us in person, you'll have to make it to the advanced class, and that's going to be a long time.
Oh, well, don't worry about us. We've got this.
You do. If all hope is lost, use the artifact I gave you, but make sure it's away from anything you consider vital or important. And make sure
of
all of your
course.
friends are literally hugging you as tight as they can.
Oh, I've seen what happens with that artifact.
How? You haven't even used it.
I did about 300 and I guess like 57 times.
Oh, it's probably something to do with your master. I don't really want to know.
It is destructive.
Yes, that's the point. It's the punctuation at the end of the last sentence.
Anyway, I don't think we really need anything from you right now, other than, I guess if you have any pointers on how these sword effigies work, or how I'd make an artifice effigy.
Hey, your break, and it just goes.
Figures.
As you realize that the timer has run out, and there's a little red string that's wrapped around it, and there's a little talisman that hangs, and it has a counting down number.
Well, this is interesting.
T-minus 1 week.
Well, let's get back to our cells. I want to study that spider.
Okay.
I will put everybody back in their cells unless they otherwise
Hey, Poe.
Go
The
Poe.
roly-polies missed you.
They hungry.
They hungry. Also, the ones you walked out with you didn't unlatch. They've been eating on you for the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess it's a good thing you went through all the poisonless stuff already.
Mm-hmm. Actually, these guys would have helped him with the poison list.
Oh, sure.
Because they would have nibbled away
They
at
would've-
some of the extraneous built-up poisons, but he would have had less potency to the poisonless tier 1 because they had eaten a ton of it. As a note, Poe, that little crate of stuff that you didn't use in the 5 days,
Yes.
it didn't go away. It's part of your spatial ring.
Ooh, okay.
So those tinctures and tonics and that one named poison, you still have them. They're in your spatial ring. But you do know that getting more will be hard because you're in the next stage because they've fostered you through that. And now the fostering stage is over. You're in the growth stage. Getting access to resources like that again will be a trial. Okay.
So now that I can hear energy, can I hear the web now? Is it made from energy?
It goes to it and then bounces around it or through it or over it. It's like as if light was bending or sound was bending around it.
Can I make out the patterns by what I can't see then?
The strand is so thin. No.
Even if I go like super pinpoint vision?
You would have to super pinpoint it, but you can't see the webs. You can see the creature though. And even when it interacts with the webs, and even if it jostles it while trying to wave more, because you're back in the room, because it goes completely dormant when you're not there.
Yep.
And then it starts to continue to act again. Even while it weaves more web, the rest of the web is not disturbed even the slightest, and you still can't see it. It's basically floating on mid-thin air.
Okay. I'm gonna make an awareness test. I'm gonna use key. Let's plus. Use 24 key, which is pretty sure a pretty good, yeah. Because I want to just follow its movements to kind of track how it's making the web. And let's see. And I would like to also use some of my inspiration. I'll use all 6.
Damn. Pretty good.
Yeah.
You extra don't see it. Like you really you scrutinize it so potently that you lose sight of the spider and the web, the idea of the web altogether. In fact, you're like, has this been an illusion the whole time? And then once the moment's over and the resource drain hits you, it comes back into more stark focus. Would you like to use an insight or an enlightenment?
Yes, I would like to use a sound enlightenment.
Okay.
With my sight here. Yeah.
The clue being, the more energy full you are, the less you can see this thing. The closer you are to empty, the more this comes into contrast. If you are nearing empty on most of your resource pools, you could see the spider and the web in reality. the more energy charged you are. Something about this web starts, especially on energy expenditure for an effect. While the effect is trying to find, or it's running its activation, this web becomes, and the spider becomes even less observable, not just to sight or sound, but to the other senses. So this thing goes unnoticed if you are running high energy all the time, spending resources all the time, and regenerating those resources all the time. That's why this is particularly lethal, because the more powerful of a cultivator you are, the less you can notice this thing. But only when you're bottomed out on all of your resource pools, or as close to close to zero as you can get on those resource pools, and all of the active effects of spending those resources is over, does this thing appear in stark contrast.
We'll do that then. I'm going to put all of my Qigong key and all but, well, it's damage all but one of my energy into my fancy ring.
Is you can notice when energy, if it's within your, if you scrutinize, so say you use the scrutinize skill, if you scrutinize, you can notice where energy is being absorbed. Whenever you spend resource or emit energy, that is when this creature is active. It has so little energy of its own, it needs ambient energy, of which this isolation cell has no heaven and earth energy. You're basically the battery. While you're in here, this thing is active because you're emitting energy. And every time you expend energy, it grows its web significantly faster. So that key energy resource, the moment you kind of come off the activation of that energy, its web is doubled. You're like, what? I just blinked.
And I guess I can't see the web yet. I'm going to be moving all but one sound point from my energy pool, along with my Qigong, into my ring that I use for storing spooky and powerful energies. So yeah. I only have one energy on my sheet.
So 1 health?
1 health.
And no energy in any other pool?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, you can see this creature and the web in its entirety. You can see that it is not just a 3-dimensional web. It's a 5th-dimensional web. You're not sure what the 2 extra dimensions in which this thing, the webbing catches, but the strings are like pulled into nothingness. Like they're the anchor in which it wove that one string, just disappears into a different dimension.
I'll use mathematics to try to map it out anyway.
Okay, roll mathematics.
I did.
Oh, you did, yeah. Prospect mathematics, 13 DOS. It's pretty good. The 4th dimension is time. You would think that you would be on the same wavelength as time as a 3-dimensional creature stuck on the planar time, but this thing is able to weave webs front and back. It can go on the timeline into, I've already woven the web, and I will weave the web. And it can project what it has woven and will weave into the present. It only requires a significant amount of energy, and if it's ever exposed to the time Dow, it will already have eaten you. So don't ever expose the spider to time Dow. It also has space. So it has the space and time element as its the extra 2 dimensions. So that's why it's able to jump with an energy resource expenditure, like the key you spent. That's why when you blinked, it already had doubled the size of its web. It already wove it. Okay. And it already filled that space.
Does it weave its web in a particular pattern?
It does.
Did it change its pattern when I used energy?
No, it just explosively grew it. It grows these weird like 3D hexagonal shapes. like almost a little too perfect. And then in the middle of these, it weaves either another like series of catching grids where it's a bunch of random strings that help catch things, or it has this little ball that's dangling of something trapped in a web, like it's already caught something.
I guess
You
we're
can
not
feel
going
energy
later.
pulse from those little sacs that it's woven. So it has little food resources because it's caught some of it.
Well,
Neato. My fire
Yeah.
alarm's going off.
second time that's gone off.
Again?
It's
Right?
no, it's like the third time during session.
Third time? Okay, I only remember 2.
Well, I do want to do more with this, but goodbye.
See you
Or,
soon.
yeah, I'll be on my phone in a second.
Spooky. All right, so Lar.
Yeah.
What you doing?
I'm gonna continue my energy resource while this thing is slowly trying to kill me. My concept idea here is to kind of have a map of energies and kind of figure out what this energy is so I can combat it, I suppose.
Mhm.
So I had 108 last time just by doing some downtime scenes for the week. Uh, but this time I have an additional plus 30 per. So that should make things a little easier to go through. 30 downtime actions it should take for me to finish my 1,000 research.
You started a research.
Yeah.
The downside is you're outside of the sanctuary range. So.
Oh, it has to be inside the sanctuary to do it. Oh.
No, that's the downside. You guys haven't even built the sanctuary. You only have a cradle. And you have to be in the cradle to receive the benefits.
Okay. Well, then I shouldn't be doing my energy research right now. Then. Okay. Good to know.
You can still do the energy research. It's just a bit slower.
Yeah.
You could try and look into what defines a research or defines a sanctuary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I wonder if we need like one of the swords out here. I don't know how I would go about researching that. And I'm already inside, so I have to wait for Lyron to finish. So I have to do it in this area. Well, sure. Let's make a new research, and it's called what finds sanctuary. It's gonna be fuck. I'm not a research guy. Say 50 out of 0.
I see.
Can I be heard?
Yep.
Cool. So, we need to figure out a way to capture or use the spider.
But I hopped over to lower.
That's fair.
So yeah, I guess I'll work on that. And you can go to Chungpo or Lyron in this case.
No, we're gonna go Po. Po Po! Po 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 Po!
All right, Poe is there's a pizza 4 minutes away from me that's very close by, so just gonna let you know on that one. I might step away here in a minute, but
Well, we are at session end, so if you want, you can just type in what you want to do for next session.
alrighty. I think what I want to do is. I'll type it in. Anyways, everybody, you all have a good rest of your weekends.
Okay.
You too.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
You all as well.
Thank you, thank you.
I guess I'll be on this channel for the moment.
Sure.
You better.
You guys enjoying the
Mhm,
Sword
mhm.
Carnival so far?
Yeah.
I really liked the sanctuary aspect. I'm frustrated at myself for this current challenge I have. But like overall, good start. Is this considered a new arc, Matt?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a brand new arc.
Because I already put down a suggestion for my Once Upon a Time.
Mm-hmm. We had it be once Star Child, was it? Or was it Once Upon a Time? That was Selfish.
This one's is going to be selfish for this Once Upon a Time. Last one was
Okay.
for Lyron's Master, and this one I'm going to be more trying to bring together my fated partners. Yeah.
Also, maybe tell the orrery to go to the place where the star or the void thing isn't going to be chasing us. I don't know if you can do
The
that.
Abyssal Mark, you mean?
Yeah.
It's probably a good idea if I could tell it to do that.
Can duality move the moon?
They'll move it around. Yep. I know you already put something in for what you want to do for your Star Child / Once Upon a Time, but since you've reached here, you can label it now if you'd like, or relabel it, since it was kind of an idea beforehand. You
True.
weren't knowing what you were looking into.
Yep.
You can do both. As for your finding your fourth person,
Mhm.
You might run into them anyways. So I might recommend even something more selfish, because you have a lot of time to build up that 180 merit that you need to build this damn thing.
Yeah.
You have a lot of time to do that. So there may be more pressing or more important aspects, but that is personal choice, and we will see.
Yep. No, that's awesome. Yeah. No. I just was wondering. And I think it's a good choice for the Vaulted Horde here, especially since it's going to be a great opportunity for us all, especially with this sanctuary requiring resources. I was like, yeah, maybe that was the reason. Actually, that was definitely the reason why I was like, we should I should go for it. I don't know if I'm going to kick myself in the ass by not choosing something cosmic for it that I wanted to, but I feel like this should definitely put us in the right direction. So
Yeah,
see how we can use that.
You do know with that purchase though that if you rush and get yourself a treasury as part of your sanctuary, like build sanctuary, build the first part of the sanctuary being the treasury, it makes it easy access to the enemies. If they get in and they breach your sanctuary, they can raid your vaults if you establish a connection to it.
Yeah.
But it also removes the red string. And since it is resource heavy, you can just dump that fucking vault into your cradle.
Yeah.
So
I also thought it was a great opportunity since it's connected to all of us to use that vault to improve us all. So I was just like, yeah, I could do that too.
Interesting pick with the putting the swords or a lie on one of the tablets or the sword effigies.
Yeah.
That was very interesting.
That's just it's something that's important to Lars' path, right? That's kind of the
Sure.
That was the enlightenment to get up to that point. So
That
and also
will
it
throw a speed bump in some of your sword training.
Yeah, but
like
it
you'll have
also
to find.
Yeah, it fucks up the other guys though too.
Right.
The people that are coming at us.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Like the oh, are you sorry, am I swearing?
The wind. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
It'll transform if you keep that around and you also grow that effigy. It'll do some really wonky things to your sword training, for good or for ill, depending on how you architect or map your way through the sword trainings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Hope you guys enjoy this. This is gonna be either very quick or it's gonna be a slog.
We shall see.
It doesn't really have anything much of a difference. Either you guys will gain so much momentum so quickly that you'll reach advanced class and that's when it slows down, or this is going to be really slow. Not quite Enigma slow. I've done my best to prevent getting that slow. Gosh, it was fun, but it was like, whoa. But yeah, it can get pretty slow if you guys are like, we want to spend every single DTA as efficiently as possible. Could get spicy.
I think it's all about too, like our decision making time, right? It's all about like what do we want to do.
And who cares if it gets slow? If you guys are having the time of your lives, like having a lot of fun, and you're like, we love having it be this slow, go for it. I don't give a shit. I get to really invest even more detail into the story. But this is really fun.
Yeah.
You guys are producing some pretty freaking crazy numbers. I was thinking there was going to be a couple more like sessions of figuring shit out, but you're like, no, I'm going to reach towards the 70 plus DOS. Yeah. I'm like, all right, well,
throw it at it.
I got to give you something.
Yeah, it was an assessment of something of valid importance. I just kind of figured, so I was like, I'm gonna just throw all my numbers at it.
Also, I'm assuming whatever was going to happen at the end of the 4th week was going to let us get to the sword cradle.
No, I think we were just going to die to our fucking hazards.
It's also possible, but
or overcome your hazards.
Yeah, in the fight or flight kind of situation where you got to think on the fly.
Yeah, but then we'd still be in our cells.
Yeah. Lyron, you did discover something interesting. every one of these particular hazards, they have a passive growth rate and an explosive growth rate, depending on energy expenditure. So if you're trying to spend a bunch of energy to figure out, like, how the heck do I get out of here? Well, the hazard grows just at a crazy rate.
Oh,
the
sure,
more
sure.
energy you spend. Now, you did find out that if you shuffle the energy, it's not an expenditure, which doesn't proc growth.
Because it's not absorbing it.
It's not absorbing it. So that means it makes the hazards manageable, as long as you are conscientious of the fact and you don't panic. Because a lot of these will induce panic at a certain point once they develop enough power.
Mm-hmm.
Because at some point, you might have just let it go for too long. Because now the spider has energy reserves, and it will continue to weave until those energy reserves are depleted, even if you're not in there. And then it goes dormant.
I do want to try one more thing. I would like to, take a sound point out of my ring and put it on a specific point of its web, like directed at that area, to see if the spider goes to it.
It has already captured it and woven it into one of the reliquaries that it has for power.
Before I did it, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
But
it already moved over there. It was attracted to the bait, and it already captured it, wove it up, anchored it for a snack for later, and has already gone back to what it was working on.
So these shapes it's making are holding energy then?
Yes. Energy cells, but in the shape of framework in webs. And then it uses that framework to hold energy units in between those 3D hexagonal wireframes.
Okay.
It has a lot of defenses around these particular areas. Like, there's a lot of these tripwire webs that trigger something that
make
eventually
it move over to me.
Well, it triggers an energy pulse, and then the spider gets to do stuff, such as bite you, or catch the energy that the tripwire triggered, or have an explosive growth of web in a certain direction. So these tripwires are actually like chrono triggers.
Okay.
So, and you can feel that the spider, everywhere it weaves its web, it owns that territory. It's like a domain. Like the malicious shrine from that one anime.
What you got to do is you got to capture the spider and then use its silk to create some sweet ass artifice.
Yeah, that's the plan. I just need to figure out how to capture it.
Yeah, and it's gonna be hard. You do know one of the clues is if you're down to 1 energy and it has no energy of its own, you don't emit enough energy unless you're in direct proximity to the web for it to operate. But it never hangs out on the edge of the web. It always goes into its little fortress that it's woven when it's going to go dormant.
That's fine. I can capture it from there with my spatial ring, but it has to have no energy to dodge.
Right, which means you have to remove all of its energy reserves. And you don't have any life-saving graces if you mess up, because you have no energy. And if you use
I don't have any life-saving
artifact,
grace, even at full life, because it does damage all. So having 1 energy and having full is kind of irrelevant at this point.
Well, I'm also talking about if you have a life-saving artifact.
Oh, got it.
It will also gain a life-saving artifact trigger if you use 1. It'll gain enough energy from that expenditure that it gets pretty silly. And then if it absorbs too much energy, there's no way to beat it. Not with your current, what do you call that?
Well, it's mostly sound energy, so I guess I could just use my magical girl suit and control all the sound in my tiny cell.
If you use sound that is not imbued with energy, it does seem to go up and around the webs and doesn't interact with them. But the moment you put even a lick of energy on it, those webs immediately catch it.
Okay.
And it either bends the sound or light around the web, or, like in radar systems, it catches the energy so it never bounces back for you to detect it.
So it has a lot of energy right now. And it's still using it, right?
It used a very large portion of that energy to explode its territory. So it only has the one sound energy you gave it that it captured, and it has 4 ki that it still has caught.
Okay, so I just need to
5 energy
wait.
total.
Or is it just waiting to do stuff as well? Or does it assume that it's going to get more energy because I've been giving it energy?
You're not sure. Sometimes beating these creatures takes long-term observation.
Which is what I'm going to be doing for the next few weeks. Which I don't think we're doing this time. So I guess observing spider is what I'm going to be putting.
That is definitely a cultivator thing. I'm going to spend 2 weeks doing fuck all. Just observing one thing.
This spider right here. What?
Yep. That one.
Sorry, I had grabbed pizza, came back, ate some slices, feel better now. Unless I think I know what I want to do.
If you want to. Oh.
Yeah. I think I know what I want to do for this time is I want to see if I can grab one of 100 that die before they get eaten. I want to see what kills them. Is it whether it's old age or if it's something I mean,
old age poison, I suppose.
Yes, the poison of old age.
You're trying to do what to the bugs?
I'm trying to capture the 1 in 100 that die before the rest of the clan eat it to see what kills it.
It's just a weird permutation of poison that it happened to come across. Like, it caught one of the 5 ambitions, a smidge of the yin venom, and a weird permutation of like 355 poisons of your 1,000 poisons. Like, it's just the weirdest permutation that just kills that one bug. Because every time they eat, they get a random dose of what you got. Completely random. Sometimes it's with yin venom, sometimes it's without. Sometimes it's part of the non-lethal stuff that gets it. Like, it loses its shit because it got a full mouthful of itchy poison. And it got itchy for a brief moment. And then it got eaten by the others because it was acting erratically.
Okay, so do they seem to act like a hive mind? Or at least they recognize, hey, not part of the group.
What do you mean?
Well, do you know what a hive mind is?
Yeah, they're not hive minded. There's a colony. They communicate through some sort of either chemical or energy emission or.
But they eat signs of weakness or the dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably due to their diet. If one of their ilk is being affected by a poison, they're immune. So that thing is weak, and they can't bring that lack of complete immunity back to the hive. So they eat it. And if they're able to digest it, then that was just a weak bug. If they're not able to digest it, the colony pushes them away because that's some sort of disease, not a poison.
Okay.
So they have defense mechanisms like a colony does, but one of their main things is cultivator bugs or colonies are particularly nasty because they have a kind of a collective intelligence of protocols. If they see X, they will act Y every time, unless instructed by a higher life form within the colony to do otherwise. That's why swarm insects are so dangerous, because they'll also perform functions that are just outright lethal to the rest of the colony, like cannibalism, to test if this is something, if it's just that one insect that was weak, or if this can threaten the whole hive. And if it threatens the whole hive, the hive then gets to know, oh, we lost 5 dudes to this out of 5,000. That's an acceptable loss, but now we know to stay away from that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So these guys eat those weaker bugs to make sure that they haven't consumed a disease, and so that they don't bring that lack of complete immunity to poison back to the hive, because that's kind of their thing. They don't want weakness. Also, if they eat the bug that is weak to a certain permutation, well, then they can re-up their immunity towards that one thing.
Okay.
So if they have 9,990 poisons they're immune to, they're looking for those last 10 for complete, immunity of a tier. And that's where that cannibalism comes into play.
Yeah.
And you're a veritable buffet for these guys.
Yeah. Okay. My poison vault. It's got it's got like a little book. Take in, take
Drop
out.
off and book receiving receptacle. It's kind of like when you go to the library.
Mm-hmm.
You just pull the little tray down, drop them in. They also will have one for Lorekeeper's side where they can drop you books.
Is there like a spot where I can request?
Yep, there's a clipboard. You basically draw right on the piece of paper. You get 1 a week, and then you drop it into the receptacle. Lorekeeper takes it, finds the books, and finds the resources you want, and then deposits it in the receiving for you.
Gotcha.
Yep. The clipboard also, when you use the paper, has a little string, red string, tied around it with a little tag that has a timer.
Can I roll in? Okay, gotcha.
You get to use the request clipboard once a week.
Gotcha.
Until you can build up your access to an effigy, or in Lars' case, he's discovered that if you build a hall for treasury, you guys all have full access to your vaults. If you build the sanctuary and then build the wing for wealth. Normally, you would build that last in a like a home base HQ building simulator, because you're always using your resources, so you wouldn't really have the need to build up your supply depots for wealth. But
I will write on my little piece of paper for the week. Mind control poison? ? Books and resources. And slide it in. And I will still continue to, or depending on how quickly that gets back to me, if there's time in between, I will see if there is a weakness that I can exploit in the bugs themselves, because the weak bugs are the 1 in 100 and they just aren't immune. I want to see if there's anything, try to find a combination until mind control poison becomes a thing, if it becomes a thing, to see if there's do these things have a poison weakness?
Okay, go ahead and write that down somewhere.
Okay. The bug part or the mind control part?
All of it. What your plans are.
Understood.
Observing spider.
So we need an official sanctuary.
For your question, Lar, there
Hmm.
is and are threshold tiers above 5. You have to unlock them.
What? I'm guessing that's a fucking good old lore purchase, maybe?
No. That'll be a reward variant type you can pick up for major arc completions and or secret or opportunities.
Okay.
You were also the first to hit a freaking tier 5 in a... Jesus Christ, Johnny.
Well, Matt, I'm blaming it all on you because you're the one that gave me the power to do it.
Right, but only because of your specific permutation of failure, fate, tribulation, and the shenanigans you got going on. That was...
A quad 1, you mean?
Huh?
A quad 1?
Yeah, quad 1. In addition to your unique build set allows you for that. But other players may get access to something like that in game for a single pillar. But for now, you're
but not
crazy
for all
lad.
of them. That was
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
I thought it was worth asking.
yeah, all of them, not quite. But if we work towards a single one, you can try and save a bunch of resources that produces a mirrored effect for the mind pillar for you, where
Yep.
You get the same double output or whatever.
my question was going to be, once I hit like the blast threshold, would there be overflow when you do more selects into
Yep,
the spirit?
you would continue to track it.
Yeah.
Because at a certain point, you're still going to want to know how much you spent in that pillar.
Yeah.
Or how much threshold output. Maybe not spent, but the output. Because tier 6 might be 1,500.
Mhm.
It might be lower. It depends. So
1,500 would be pretty much double the 5th pillar, right? So yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
So, but the tier 6. I mean, you already got the tier 5. The tier 5 ability should be the layer shaper should be pretty silly.
I'm not there yet. I'm 20 away. It was just my question. I'm currently at 735, and you have 750 as the
Yep.
threshold.
If you get the 750, you get that, and
And I see
that
you've
gets
changed things up a bit too, because now it's a fake currency of my choice instead of just
yes. I changed it so that it's if you don't want the Occam's paradox, because some people swear by it. Some people loathe that currency with the every fiber of their being, and they prefer an infinity matrix because that's the sauce. That's the real sauce.
Some people don't even know what to do with an Occam's paradox. Mac.
Right.
What does the Occam's paradox do?
Oh boy. Okay, so
It's actually in the thing.
Yeah.
Write that down.
It is pretty nuts. Let me see if I can find that. Fake currency mechanics chart. Occam's paradox. Simple but niche fake currency, only usable when the character is attempting to perform the literally impossible. Or the literal impossible. This allows the character to make the attempt and possibly succeed, or the situation or story prevents it from being so. The GM may either allow its use without rolls, letting the character succeed at the impossible, or assign a roll or series of rolls where the character could pass those rolls, allowing for the use of other fake currency as well. Using this fake currency does not allow the player to become the GM outright, win the game, or something that outright ruins the game. The fake currency, when used, is a narrative miracle that is taking place.
Okay.
And it needs to be exactly that. Absolutely, literally impossible. That means anything you do on your sheet, any manipulation, any expenditure of merit, you still can't do it. That doesn't mean you can do it. Once you expend it, doesn't mean the rolls I give you are passable. But I still give you the opportunity to roll. And then the shenanigans with other fate points or currency, because if you have say I give you one roll that's like, roll a 1d1 million, I need 10 or less. And you're like, I have an infinity matrix. I get to choose the dice roll. The dice outcome on a dice for an infinity matrix, which is, in this game, Char's already used it. He had to roll a 1d1 million on a roll, and I'm like, 10 or less, bitch. And he's like, I choose 1.
There you go. Good old Charles.
And I'm like, oh, I have been Oceaned 11. Oh, you bitch. Okay. And he was very smug for a very long time.
I see.
But you can use other high-level currency in tandem. It's just sometimes when using an Occam's paradox, it becomes a monkey's paw wish. I want to do the impossible. I'm still going to give you an impossible roll. And then you still may fall short. I've had players use them poorly, and they were very sad about that. I've also had Johnny actually use one of these in a very legendary fashion. So, the higher the level of the fake currency, the more skill and intelligence you need to apply their application of to use them correctly.
Okay.
So.
I realize I managed to have no energy expenditure up until the point where I actually started investigating the spider, which I guess is why I never noticed it.
Yeah. That's why I never moved. And you punching the wall doesn't count. You just da. The spider is like, nope, I'm not dealing with this guy. So it quietly wove the web, but it never gained explosive growth because, Johnny, oh my God, you were lair shaper, dear Lord.
That could help with the sanctuary, maybe.
Well, you have to build the sanctuary first, then you can overlay lair shaper. So, as Ether described, everything is based off of a set of rules. So sanctuary is its own rule set. And you have to figure out what constitutes a sanctuary, how do I make one, how do I expand it, what do I do? So it's its own rule set. It has mechanics. Yay.
Well, I think we made more progress than you were expecting this time, at least. We left.
You guys made great progress. I also hope that John actually got some sleep.
Yeah. Sleep is for those who need sleep.
I do. That's me. Man who needs sleep.
Are we calling it quits for the day, or?
I believe so.
Okay. Making sure.
Farewell.
Indeed, enjoy.
I will.
Laters. Enjoy the rest of the weekend and all that.
Yep. Thank you for playing. If you have further questions, send it to me in a Discord private message. You can send me a laundry list of questions. John does that. Sometimes he sends me 50 individual questions. I'll go through them.
Okay.
Some of the answers may be, I can't tell you.
Cool.
So,
Gotcha.
he does that at work sometimes where he's like, I have a spaghetti just plate of questions. So, or we can just show up next session. Be like, what do we do? Seat of our pants.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Laters.
Thanks for the session, Matt.
Of course. I hope this is what you're looking for, Johnny. This was I put a lot of thought into this one.
Yeah, this should be fun. I'm very excited. And it gives us an opportunity to really grow. And
You guys can become the Space Carnival.
get some risk it for the biscuit going on here, and
Oh yeah.
yeah. full faith in my companions, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, OBS Commander. Fare thee well.
Till next time.
Until next time.